gotta fix that actually. Oh, that's weird. It isn't capturing Steins Gate 0. Did the game crash or something? There you go. Now it should hopefully be capturing it. It's not. Huh. It's weird. I am streaming, I know that for certain. Maybe I should just close the game or something, because that's not normal. It's usually not what happens for some reason. I don't know why it was doing that. Game capture. Yep, all that jazz. Alright, hello everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. Didn't expect to have technical issues starting to stream, but oh well, here we are. But yeah, no, I hope y'all are doing well. It's a lovely Friday evening, I say. Yeah, I say it's evening right now. I think like the afternoon is like, well, I guess the afternoon is from like 1 to like 5, I guess, around there. Actually, let me look it up, because I mean, I have the internet for a reason, right? But yeah, there you go. Now it's working. Let me click on a save file so I don't have the intro play. But yeah, I know that there's no sound, so don't worry. I am gonna click on that in a second. But yeah, so let me look this up because it's gonna bother me. Evening. Yeah, evening hours. When does the evening start? From 5 to 9. Yeah. So it's currently evening. It's currently evening. And then 4 o'clock is afternoon. Yeah. I'd say so. Yeah, so let's see. Where am I? There you are, right here. So yeah, anyways, it's how long has it been? I think it's been like a day or two. I think it's been like only 2 days. I streamed on Wednesday, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like 2 days ago or something like that. But yeah, no. So wanted to get another stream going. You know, trying my best to capitalize on these streams before I start working on another video, which I am currently in the process of. But I just wanted to make another or do another stream before, you know, I really lock in on that, because once I start making a video, I just like full send it on that video. I don't stream, I don't do anything else except that. So wanna hard commit to that. But ew, get this AI garbage off my screen, bro. What is this? Hold on. Like I understand like having like a like cozy 8 hour video of like it's snowing or whatever, or it's like it's raining or something like that, like ambience, right? But like with the advent of AI really becoming popular over like the last like 3 to 5 years, I guess 3 to 4, it's really like it's hard to justify having those videos there. At least if they're AI. If they're just normal, like I have a guy that I watch, or excuse me, I have a person that I watch. I don't know their gender. Um, Really good channel, because I think from what I understand, they 3D like animate or render, excuse me, the settings that they make. That's why it takes so long for them to upload, because like the upload like every month, every 2 months, and every setting is so cool. If anything, I actually do remember this setting from like a year ago. Let me see if I can find it, because it looks really familiar. Really familiar. But yeah, no, I won't gatekeep it. They're called True Lutter, and yeah, they just do like these ambient like settings, like oh medieval castle at night, or like rainy rainy cafe and stuff like that, and it's really cool. I have their videos on in the background sometimes because it's just nice ambience, especially during the winter, especially during the winter. But yeah. Anyways, enough of my nonsense. So we're back with more Steins Gate. Let's continue, right? Let me. There you go.
あ、やっと来たにゃん。おかり。
I came straight up to the lab where most of the people who were here yesterday had gathered. Maha was busy with a problem Amadeus was having, and she was the only one who couldn't
みん
come.
な大丈夫か？あんなことがあったばかりなのに集まって。
そのあんなことが起きた理由を聞きに来たんですよ。
That is very true.
それに場所を移すよりも同じ場所の方が安全だって橋田さんが。
That is also very true.
昨日の今日で警戒してるところに来るバカはいないっしょ。それもこんな真っ昼間から。
バラバラでいるよりみんなでいる方が安心です。
Maybe they were right. Wherever they were, it was hard to imagine them starting something in Akihabara, Japan, in the middle of the day. I want to mention, so I know before I had a complaint about there was too many cutaways from Okabe. I feel like, what's the point of having so many cutaways? I understand why it's there, but I wasn't a fan of it. I would much rather prefer we follow Okabe's perspective for most of the game and just have cutaways here and there. They serve a purpose, and I'm not gonna demerit them because of that. But I feel like the other side of the route, too many of them, way too many of them. And here in this route, we barely have any, and I wholeheartedly prefer this so much more. I feel like at the end of the day, Steins Gate very much is about Okabe's story, as much as it is like the characters he interacts with. And granted, while seeing the other perspectives from the characters that we interact with in scenes that Okabe wouldn't be there, that's perfectly fine. I understand why he wouldn't be there. You can't force Okabe into a scene, especially if he has no reason to be there. But I would much rather prefer this. This.
とにかく皆さん無事でよかったです。ゆきさん、ありがとう。わざわざ来てくれて。
I say you weren't here. What are you doing here?
私も昨日の夜話を聞いて心配だったから。
Yuki wasn't here during the attack, but she come and see how we were doing. There you go.
でも信じられないです。この日本でそんな恐ろしいことがあるなんて。
日本じゃなくてもあんな経験はなかなかできないよ。
Yeah, you don't just get invaded. That's a home invasion like that's not normal. Nobody who lived a normal life would ever see it. That's what normal meant.
岡部さんが来て早々で悪いんですが、私この後バイトがあって。
ああ、気にしないでくれ。
皆さんの顔が見れて安心しました。でもまだ油断は禁物なので気をつけてください。
危ない。
Yuki almost slipped as she walked past me. I grabbed her arm to hold her up.
あ、悪い。
あ、いえ、ちょうどここ昨日駅で転んで怪我しちゃって。
She rubbed the arm I grabbed, embarrassed.
その時も何もないところで転んじゃったんですよ。本当ドジで嫌になっちゃいます。気をつけてね、ゆきさん。うん、ありがとう。それじゃあ皆さんもお気をつけて。
The door closed, I could hear their footsteps trail off into the distance. 2 days of work in a row, right after New Year's, huh? Okabe, I hope you're thinking. I hope you're
どうし
thinking.
たん、おかりん。
But I say, pay attention.
いや、
The way she hurt her arm. It was the left arm. The same place the woman in the motorcycle suit had gotten hit. But there was no way. Actually, I gotta make sure of something. I gotta make sure I'm not talking into thin air. Yeah. Yep, so that should be good. This is AI. 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 This is America. There we go. Alrighty, let's see. Live. Reporting to you live from shoot America, I guess. I don't really know. Go. Alrighty. I'm watching, like my own video, I can be heard, all that jazz, whatever, whatever. Oh wait, what am I doing? Check earlier in the stream. It's so funny that the game's louder than I am. It's so funny to me. Lord knows I'm not getting any louder though. Alright, but there was no way.
それじゃあ早速ですけど、オカリンさん、昨日のあの出来事について説明してもらっていいですか？
No. Fubuki was a little more chipper than Mayuri and Luca. She and Kaede had gone shopping, so they missed the attack. That's probably why. They were lucky not to have encountered any of the escaping attackers.
そうだな。
そうか。
じゃあまず
Daoru and I had spent hours discussing how much to tell them. After all that, I couldn't just play it off like nothing had happened. The only ones here who knew about the time machine were Daoru, Ferris, and Mayuri. Was it okay to tell Luca, Fubuki, and Kaede? And then Maho. If she knew that Kurisa had completed a time machine theory, she'd definitely be interested. In the end, the conclusion I came up with was...
ということなんだ。
つまり、かがりさんは記憶を失っている間に何らかの犯罪に巻き込まれたかもしれないってこと？
Flagrant
おそらくな。
lying. That's my guess.
だったら、どうして警察に言わないんですか？
それは彼女がひどく怯えるんだ。警察のことをね。もしかしたら警察もその犯罪に関係しているのかもしれない。
なんかすっきりしないな。
Of course it doesn't. I was basically telling them that I didn't know anything. But even if I was hiding a lot of the truth, the fact remained that it was mostly correct.
昨日の一件でわかるのは、襲ってきた人たちの狙いはかがりさんだけで、僕たちに手を出すことはないだろうということですよね。
どうしてそう思うの？
あの状況なら僕らのうち誰かを人質に取ることだってできたはずなんです。それをしようとしなかったということは、あの人たちはあまりことを大きくしたくなかったんだと思います。
それについては俺と誰も同じ結論になった。だから俺たちさえおとなしくしていればきっと安全なはずだ。
That was a lie. Just like Suza had said earlier, there was a good chance they might come after us because we'd seen their faces. But it wasn't smart to say that I worry
だから
everyone.
中瀬さんや来島さんはしばらくここに来ない方がいい。
でも、かがりさんはどうするんですか？
それはもう手は打ってやる。ボディーガードをつけた。
ボディーガードですか？
昨日あの連中を撃退した心強い二人をな。
すずさんと店長さんだね。ああ、あのムキムキおじさん。でもそれだとまたいつ襲われるかもしれないって怯え続けることに。
That was right. Just playing defense when it's all
こっちは
anything.
こっちで探偵あたりを雇ってかがりが誰に狙われているのか調べるつもりだ。ある程度情報が出揃ったら場合によっては警察に話す。
Of course, more than half of that was lies again. If I went to the police or a detective, they wouldn't believe me about Kagri being a time traveler. But what was important now was calming everyone down. From there, I'd have to solve things myself. Okabe. To be honest, I was sick of living in the middle of a conspiracy theory, but it was the only way I could get my everyday life back.
だにゃってオカリン聞いてるにゃ。
Oh, what the heck?
ああ、すまない。何の話だ？
Whole bunch of bunkum.
昨日の件黒木にも伝えておいたにゃ。秋葉界隈で何かおかしな動きがあったらすぐに連絡が来るってはずにゃ。
そうか。
あと自警団の見回りも強化してもらうにゃ。これでしばらくは変な動きはできないはずにゃ。
ありがとう、フェイリス。助かるよ。
お安いご用にゃ。
僕にも何か手伝えることありませんか？かがりさんが大変なのに僕何もできなくて、岡部さんの力にもなれないなんて、そんなの。
マユシーもかがりさんのために何かしたいな。
Y'all ain't built for this, bro. Y'all ain't built for this.
私たちにできることなんてあるのかな。
No. Y'all are teenagers. Everyone fell silent. Even after all that happened to them, they still wanted to help. But I couldn't let them be in danger. And then I remember what Tenoji had said.
K6205。
なんぞそれ。
昨日の連中が口にしていたらしいんだが、俺にも何のことだかわからないんだ。
ちょい待ち、今ググってみる。
Goggle, huh? Yeah, alright. Honestly, I can just do this later. I don't know why I'm doing this now. It's the same problem I had 2 streams ago. Goggle. Because YouTube is where the poop is. Alright, goggle. That's slang to search on the internet. You know what this is. Dara opened a browser and quickly typed in it. Had a tactile
商品の
keyboard.
番号とかしか出てこんね。
Tenoji said they might be military. So it might be a military cup. Yes. Which meant there was nothing we could do. I was hoping there might be some clue, but...
来島さん、今なんて？
K ってことはケヘル番号かなって思ったんですけど、関係ないですよね。ケヘル番号って何？モーツァルトの曲につけられた番号のことよ。モーツァルトが亡くなった後にケヘルっていう人が時系列に合わせてつけた番号なんだけど、でもさすがのモーツァルトでも6000番台までは存在しないはずですし、そもそも事件とは。
Mozart. Wolfgang A. Mozart.
ごめんなさい、変なこと言っちゃって。
ダル、そのケッヘル番号っていうのはいくつまである？
最後が626番のレクイエムって書いてある。
モーツァルトが死ぬ間際に書いていた曲ですね。楓さん詳しいね。ほら、私ピアノやってるから。
I was gonna say she has to be a pianist or
それじゃ
something.
あ K620 番はなんていう曲だ
620、620。お、あったあった。マテキって曲みたい。
The Magic Flute. Alright, an opera written by Mozart in 1791. Even though they said the name, I still don't know how to pronounce it. Let me see. Kohol. Or Coachella. Coachella. Pronunciation. Liquid about Coachella. Kohol. Huh? What? Yeah. Kohol. Okay, so they are saying it like that. Okay, Koho. Its Koho number is 620. Mozart was commissioned to write this opera for public consumption by the manager of the Viennese Opera House. But it's said that that both he and the manager were members of the Freemasons, and the lyrics contain many allusions to Freemason symbols and teachings. The Queen of Night aria is its most well-known song. It also has been turned into a movie. Queen of Night aria. Huh. Let me look this up. I want to see what this is. Oh. Queen of Night aria. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I heard that name before, at least.
ちょっと見せてくれ。
I looked over Daru's shoulder at the screen. He clicked on the heading for the magic flute on Mozart's wiki page. Old Wikipedia. I think, if I remember correctly, Wikipedia still looks like this. It's just, of course, they had to, what's it called? Change it so instead of being a globe, it's a cube. But for the most part, Wikipedia still looks like this. Yeah, just anything. Just give me anything. There you go. Yeah, yep, Wikipedia still looks like this to this very day. And this game was made in 2015, so 10 years ago. The Magic Flute, K620, written in 1791, Mozart's last completed opera. It was famous for including numerous examples of Freemason doctrine and symbols. Just so funny that Okabe would know this because of him being like an occult guy back before the end of Steins Gate. It makes sense that he would know this. Well, people know about Freemasons, but more like knowing a Mozart song because of its connection to the Freemasonry, or to the Freemasons. A secret society founded sometime between the latter 16th century to the start of the 17th. It was said to be a union of stonemasons who built cathedrals, monasteries, monasteries, palaces, and castles. Branches still exist all over the world, and the organization has over 6 million members. In conspiracy theories and fiction, it is often depicted as a terrifying secret organization that rules the world.
K6205 つことは5曲目?
The fifth song was a quintet called Papageno, or Papageno, the birdcatcher, has a padlock placed over his lips, and this is the song begging someone to open the lock. Mozart, Amadeus, Freemasonry, a padlock on his lips.
なんかわかりそう?
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが。
Why did all this feel so creepy? Did I just talk to somebody about Mozart? Wasn't it? But I say, wasn't it Maho or something? Maho.
パスワードは見ないで。
Maho. Maho had used Salieri, Mozart's rival, as her password to access Amadeus. On its own, that didn't mean anything, but come to think of it, Maho said she lost access to Amadeus just before the attack last night, didn't she? Did she ever find out what caused it? Have to call her or contact her via Ride. Oh no, I want to message her. Yeah. There's something I want to ask you. Got some time? I hope she'd pick up soon. Oh? Whoa. Sure, man. I suddenly got a message that almost made me leap out of my chair. I looked at my screen and saw it was Maho. Did she see my message and call me?
何？また何かあったの？
いや、そうじゃない。聞きたいことがあるんだ。
手短にお願い。
Her irritation was plain for her voice, which meant that she hadn't solved whatever the problem was with Amadeus.
アマデウスはどうなった？
What Oh, here.
ダメ。
システムが落ちてるのか？
違うわ。アクセスできないのよ。
Which meant
何者かがアマデウスのシステムを乗っ取ったのかも。
so I know I'm getting really close to something important, so I gotta make sure. Are we there yet? What's this? It's a Steam game. It is, yeah. Just what is it? Looks like a fun, like, stream game for people. If you're not for me, though, I don't play with anybody, so let me go over to the guides. Or at least easy. I don't play with anybody on stream. Alright. Oh, excuse me. Someone taken over. Amadeus. But why?
ごめんなさい。もういいかしら。原因が解明できたらこっちから連絡するわ。
She hung up on me.
マホタンなんて？
アマデウスが何者かによって乗っ取られたらしいって。
乗っ取りか。
モーツァルトつながりで何か関連があるかと思ったが。
Couldn't say anything yet. Fragments of these strange incidents were scattered all around me. That's how it felt. If I could pick up all the pieces and connect them, would I find the answer? For example, Yuki Amane's injured left arm. What did that mean? Okay. This moment right here is very, very important. Which, from my understanding, is where we split for the ending. So 1 and 2. Where is it? Where is it? Steins Gate. 0 endings. Right here, and then we look. Open image, a new tab. So first one is this one, then this one, then this one. Okay. So if I wanted to follow it normally, it'd be this one, then this one. Okay. So let's. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang again. At first, I thought that Maho might have forgotten to tell me something, but when I saw the screen, I gasped.
電話誰から？
I stared at the screen unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who'd been taken over, be calling me? Is this some kind of trap? What should I do? Answer? Or... Hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. Just gotta make sure. Was that the right choice? It was. So this one... This one. Wow. Okay. Okay. Hesitated a moment and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. And right after that, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy and everything went black.
Amadeus とサリエリ、クリスと私、その2つは私にとって特別な意味を持った対応だった。ボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルト、誰もが知っていて誰もが認める天才音楽家だ。正式な名前はヨハンネス・クルゾストムス・ボルフガング・テオフィールス・モーツァルト。
Good Lord.
テオフィールスはギリシャ語で神に愛されたという意味。
Johannes Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. Wow. Good lord.
モーツァルトはその言葉を気に入り、同じ意味のラテン語アマデウスを通称にしたのだという。彼は35年というその才能に対して悲劇的に短い生涯の中で600曲以上の傑作を後世に残した。アマデウスは文字通り神に愛され、天賦の才を与えられた特別な存在だったのだろうか。私はそうは思わない。確かに彼は天才だった。けれどアマデウスにはアマデウスなりの努力と苦労があったに違いない。どんなに素晴らしい原石を持って生まれたところで磨き上げなければ宝石にはならない。彼の功績を天賦の才によるものと片付けてしまっては、その努力と苦労に対して失礼だ。しかしそれは同時にモーツァルトになるためには彼と同等の原石を持って生まれなければならないということではないだろうか。この世界にはそういう原石を持っている人がたくさんいる。マキセ・クリス。私にとってマキセ・クリスがそういう人物だった。彼女の佇まいを見れば彼女の才能を感じることができた。彼女の中から溢れ出るアイディアの数々にいつも刺激をもらっていた。彼女と共に研究ができることが私には誇らしかった。けれど彼女にとって私がどういう存在だったのか私は知らない。改まって聞くのも気恥ずかしかった。いつか何かのついでに聞ければいいなと思っていた。けれど2010年7月28日マキセ・クリスはこの世を去った。彼女にとって私がどういう存在だったのか、それを知る機会は永久に失われた。ボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルト。生前彼を終生のライバルだと考えていた人物が彼のすぐそばで生きていた。その人物の名はアントニオ・サリエリ。ビクトル・コンドリア大学の学内ネットワークでの私のアカウント名サリエリは彼の名から取っている。クリスが亡くなった数週間後、研究所のネットワークシステムが更新され、その時につけた名前だ。生前クリスと共に開発し、今なお研究を続けているソフトウェアの名に対応させたかった。それ以上の意味はない。そのソフトウェアの名前はアマデウス。このニューラルネットワーク型人工知能に天才作曲家の名前を与えたのはレスキネン教授だ。当時私はそのネーミングをとてもいいアイデアだと思ったはずだし、今でもそう思っている。そう思っている。アマデウスとサリエリ、クリスと私、その二つは私にとって特別な意味を持った対応だった。私はマキセ・クリスが大好きだった。私はクリスを尊敬していた。私はクリスに憧れていた。私は
What an intro. What an intro. We're gonna be getting another ending today. The sense of dizziness that I experienced so many times before slowly faded. I was standing in the middle of the room, holding my phone. There was no question that I was reading Steiner. The world line had changed. But why? What was the cause? Was it that message from Amadeus? No, I could worry about that cause later. For now I need to know what was going on. I looked around the lab. The place hadn't seemed to change much, but several people were missing. The missing ones were Kaide, Fubuki, and Ferris. Dara was sitting in front of his PC like always. And Mayuri was in the kitchen making instant coffee. What about Lukako? Maho's here now. She handed the steaming hot coffee to Maho, who was sitting on the sofa.
真帆さん、はいコーヒー。飲むと落ち着くよ。ありがとう。いただくわ。
Maho was here at the lab. If the world line changed, she should have been at her office in Wako City.
よく考えたら、今朝から何も口にしていなかったわ。あんなことがあったんだから、無理もないよ。何か食べる？唐揚げとかバナナとかお菓子ぐらいしかないけど、それともお弁当を買ってこようかな。あ、ピザを取るのもいいかも。ありがとう。でも大丈夫。そこまでお腹は空いていないから。それにあんなことがあった以上ホテルを変えないと。手続きが必要だろうからしばらくしたら戻るわ。
今日は休むべきじゃね？顔色も良くないし、なんならラボに泊まっていけばいいよ。ちょうど鈴葉もいないし、今なら貸し切りなけん。
I listened for a while, but all I learned was that something bad had happened to Maho and she was staying here for a while. Did it have something to do with Amadeus being taken over?
ヒヤジョーさん、一体何があった？
Maho, Dara, and Mayuri all seemed stunned at the question.
何がって？
いや、状況を整理したくてな。アマデウスはどうなった？接続は回復したのか？
I tried asking, but Maho just frowned, as if she didn't know how to answer. That mean Amadeus wasn't taken over at all in this world. Let's see. Rhine. Oh, come on, Okabe. There's nobody in the Wako City office right now. For real?
桐生萌か？
Why would she be setting me a rhyme?
そう。
I screamed when I realized that Moeko was right behind me.
どこから現れた？
I've been behind you the whole time. Sure, I may not stand out, but seeing you look like you just ran into a ghost kind of hurts, you know? That's adorable. Moeka, you're still the same as ever. Maybe even a little more expressive. Why is she using so many Suzuha emos? What is this?
ずっといたのか？
いた。
That mean I told Moeka she could come to the lab. What's going on
無
here?
人ってどういうことだ？
She was probably talking about the Brain Science Institute's office in Wako City. No one was there.
閉鎖してるから。
閉鎖？
Moeka's fingers raced over the phone. I just explained this. There was a gas leak at the lab yesterday. The facility's been locked down until they determine the cause. Dr. Hiyajo and Professor Leskinen have moved their lab to Tokyo Denki University in the meantime.
ガス漏れ事故？
Yo, Daru's getting a lot of leverage out of this rhyme, bro. Like, everybody's using it. And I remember that. The world line change must have altered the past.
それでヒヤジョーさんはここに？
言ったでしょ。それもあるけど、今朝ホテルの部屋が荒らされたって。それでやむなく桐生さん経由で岡部さんに連絡を取ったのよ。忘れたの？
よく無事だったな。泥棒とは出くわさなかったのか？
ええ、運が良かったわ。桐生さんのおかげとも言えるわね。
不幸中の幸い。
So that's how. Kind of understood how Maho had
とこ
arrived
ろで
here.
かがりはどうしてる？
Daru looked at me again, confused. But Mayuri smiled.
今頃岩手かな。家族の人に会えてるといいね。
You. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure I pronounce this right. Iwate? Iwate? Sorry, I'm not Japanese, I'm sorry. Iwate. Japanese prefecture. Pronunciation. How far is that from Akihabara? Iwate, never mind, that's how you pronounce it. Iwate to Akihabara. 6 hours. 6.5 hours by car. By train. 3 hours, okay. Walking. Yeah, that would take you like 4 days. Okay. And no biking. I guess really use planes. I said, well, they go to Akihabara. I don't know. There you go. Anyways. Iwate. Why Iwate? Where'd that come
家
from?
族の人が見つかったのか？
それでルカ君とルカ君のお父さんと、あとすずさんと4人で会いに行ってるの。
鈴葉がついてるから大丈夫っしょ。
家族。岩手。
Because they say Iwate. Yeah, I must just say it like that. Things have changed more than I imagined. If Kaguri was in Iwate, that meant that we hadn't been attacked last night too. So instead of attacking Kaguri, they hit Maho's hotel room. This is getting confusing. I knew it would make her think I was a weirdo, but I had Maho explain to me what happened once more. From what she said, most of yesterday hadn't changed much. Maho, Daru, Fubuki, Kaide, and I all had gone to Yanabayashi Shrine. Lukako, Mayuri, Kaguri, and Suzuha and Barris were all helping at the shrine in the priestess outfits. That fit with what I remembered. After that, we went to Lukako's house and had a small New Year's party. Then Lukako's father shared some surprising news with us. He found out that someone who might be a relative of Kaguri's lived in Iwate. Everyone was excited because they found a relative might be the key to getting Kaguri's memories back. So early this morning, Lukako, Suzuha, and Suzuha went with them to Iwate. Meanwhile, Maho had gotten a call from Dr. Luskin on her way back from the party. That's when he told her about the gas leak at the office in Wako City. One of the pipes on another floor had some sort of problem and a small amount of poisonous gas had leaked out into the air. They didn't know what the cause was right now. Until they knew the cause, they decided to shut down the office for safety reasons. Depending on what they found, it could take anywhere from a week to a month to resolve the issue. Maho had a lot of work to do because of the office closure. She was out working until morning. Then she went back to the hotel room and slept until she was woken up by a call around 10 a.m.
桐生様という方がロビーでお待ちです。そっか、今日は雑誌の取材があるんだったわ。でも着いたらスマホに連絡くれるはずじゃ。バッテリーが切れてる。昨日の騒動のせいでホテルに戻ってから充電するの忘れてたわ。
She'd fallen asleep without even changing clothes. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and left the room, wearing the same outfit she had last night. There you go. She grabbed her bag, which held a bunch of her documents and her computer, since she thought she'd need it for the interview. In the end, that was what saved her.
それでロビーに桐生さんを迎えに行って、そこで少し話してから2人でまた部屋に戻ったの。
There were so many people in the lobby, I didn't think I could conduct a good interview.
そして部屋に入ったら、たった数分の間に空き巣が入り込んで部屋中を荒らし回った後だった。 ご丁寧にベッドも枕もナイフで裂かれてて、部屋が綿まみれになってたわ。ダメね、私。気が動転しちゃって何もできなかった。
Afterward, I called the front desk and the police. After the police got done with their questioning,
何か
Dr.
盗まれたも
Hiajo...
のは
Relax. Dr. Hiajo got done with their questioning. Wow. After the police got done with their questioning, Dr. Hiajo still hadn't calmed down, so I decided to message you and have her rest at the lab. Oh, I was
警
considering.
察にも言われて確認したけど、特に何も取られていなかったわ。財布もバッグに入れてあったし。
部屋を開けている時間短かったから。
ええ、それで空き巣も長いできなかったのかもしれないわね。
ヒア城さんならまず狙われるのはお金とかよりも研究データとかじゃないか。
それも大丈夫。データや資料は全部大学のサーバーに入ってて、パソコンの中には何も残らないようにしてあるの。
あれは
あれって？
例のノートパソコンとハードディスク。
I didn't need to tell her that I was talking about the ones that had belonged to Currency.
大丈夫。
Maho pointed to the bag sitting beside the sofa.
それもバッグに入れっぱなしだったから。
そうか。
それにあれは仮に盗まれたところでパスワードがわからない限り中身を取り出すのは不可能よ。
空き巣の狙いは何だったんだろう。
産業スパイの類なら PC とか書類とかでしょうね。
オフィスのガス漏れの件は関係していると思うか。
さあ、どうかしら。
Maho's smartphone rang. It was plugged in at the corner of the room, charging. Evidently, it had charged enough to turn back on. Maho put her coffee cup on the table and stood up. Moeka looked at her worried.
もう大丈夫？
ええ、ありがとう。
Thank God. Oh my goodness, why does that sound so annoying? Oh wow, that was terrible. Maho took the phone from the charger and looked at it. But she quickly glanced back
ク
at
リス
me.
からだわ。
Amadeus. Did that mean that Amadeus hadn't been taken over? Maho had answered the call, turning the phone so I could see it.
先輩、大丈夫ですか？怪我とかしてません？乱暴なこととかされませんでしたか？岡部？なんであんたが先輩と一緒にいるの？もしかしてあんたと先輩ってもうそんな仲なの？そんなんじゃないわ、クリス。今ラボにいるのよ。よかった、無事なんですね。ええ、だから落ち着きなさい。
I wouldn't say that, you know.
落ち着いていられるわけないでしょ。何回コールかけても繋がらなかったんですよ。ネットを検索したらホテルで空き巣があったみたいだし、それが先輩の部屋みたいだったし、とにかく心配したんです。オーケー、わかった。謝るわ。ごめんなさい。ありがとう、クリス。私は無事よ。空き巣に入られたのは本当だけど、鉢合わせはしなかった。今はここで休憩させてもらってる。スマホは充電を忘れて電源が落ちてたの。心配させたわね。いえ、何も起きていないならいいんです。
Amadeus didn't seem to have changed at all. Maho explained the events of yesterday to her the same way she just
と
explained
い
them
う
to
わけで、
me.
特に盗まれたものはなかったのよ。
Amadeus seemed to be lost in thought.
どうかした？
やっぱり犯人の狙いは研究データとかだったんでしょうか。
でもさ、犯人ってかなり詳しくマホタンのこと調べてるじゃん。泊まってるホテルの部屋も把握してたし、マホタンが部屋を出たと同時に侵入したわけだし、それなのに ホテルに研究データを置いてないことを知らないなんてありえる？
となるとヒアジョーさんがバッグに入れていたノートパソコンを取るつもりだったかもしれないな。
でもそれの存在って知っているのは先輩と私と岡部だけのはずよ。
あと僕も。
なるほど。俺かダルのどちらかが犯人じゃない限りノートパソコンを狙った物取りである可能性はないか。
Alright, I've been going for 50 minutes. Alright, let's keep going.
もう一つ可能性があるとすれば、
Amadeus put her finger to her temple.
私の制御コードかもしれない。
制御コード？それって管理者パスワードみたいなもの？
ちょっと違うわ。岡部には前に説明したわよね。アマデウスのシステムの中には私だけがアクセスできる記憶領域があるの。
ああ、秘密の日記のようなものだと言っていたな。
そう。内部外部を問わず私に関するアクセスは常にその秘密の日記の中にログが残る。もし誰かが私の意思を奪って自由に制御するためにシステムを改造したとする。でも秘密の日記の中まではいじれないから、私は両者を比較して改造が行われたことを突き止め元に戻せるわけ。
ああ、把握した。その秘密の日記を開ける鍵が制御コードなのか。
そういうこと。アマデウスのシステムやデータの管理責任者はレスキネン教授だけど、制御コードを知っているのはこの世界でただ一人、真帆先輩だけなの。
そうなのか。
ええ、クリスの言う通りよ。仮にその空き巣が私の研究成果を狙っていたのだとしたら、手に入れられるのはそれくらいね。
それは盗まれていないのか。
大丈夫よね、先輩。
ええ、制御コードはどこにもメモなんかしてない。
Mahal put it to her temple just as Amadeus had done.
私の頭の中にしかないから。
That's not good. That seemed like a dangerous way to keep them stored, honestly. If the thief found that out, they'd come after Mahal herself
しか
next.
し参ったわね。そうか、制御コードを狙ってるかもしれないのね。日本をすぐに離れるわけにはいかないけど、また襲われるのは避けたいわ。とはいえ、どうしたものかしら。落ち着くまでラボにいるといいよ。それともマユシーのお家に来る？ありがとう、マユリさん。でもそこまで厄介にはなれないわ。
What a sweetheart. It hadn't happened in this world line, but I still found myself remembering the attack on Kagure. Neither Mayuri's house nor the lab seemed safe. He's just stuck here now.
それでみんなでうちに来たのかな？
I was really hoping this would be the case, and I'm so glad it is. Because I remember this scene, and what's about to come up next too, so hope you guys are ready.
あ
An hour later, we'd all gone to Ferris's condo.
あ、みんなで散々相談したんだが、フェイリスのマンションに数日滞在させてもらうのが最善なんじゃないかって。
なんと言ったらいいか。
Mahal seemed hesitant, but Ferris crossed her arms and nodded
その
satisfied.
結論は間違っていないにゃ。確かにこのマンションは万全のセキュリティで守られているから安全にゃ。それに黒木もいるし。黒木？さっき玄関で会った羊さんだよ。本物の羊さんなんだよ。
Oh yeah.
でもそれがどうしたの？
黒木さんは最強執事なんだ。
は？
I'll pass on explaining any more on that. Honestly, I don't know the details myself. I didn't think it was a good idea to ask him either. He's just an amazing guy. That's all.
フェリスは全く問題なしにゃ。奥の客間を使うといいにゃ。数日と言わずマホニャンが日本に滞在している間はずっと泊まっていけばいいにゃ。マホニャン
Oh.
キリュウさん、何？
Like, did the game crash? What was that? Okay, whatever.
取材私ヒアジョ博士に取材をしないと。
ああ、そうだったわ。今日は本来それをする予定だったのよね。日を改めて喫茶店かどこかでひらめいたにゃ。
Oh
モイニ
man.
ャンも一緒にお泊まりすればいいにゃ。
Ah, Ferris, you
客場は
sweetheart.
2人でも十分泊まれる広さがあるんやし、女の子がもう一人いればマホニャンも安心にゃ。それはそうかもしれないけど、モエニャンどうかにゃ。
萌えにゃ。
待てフェイリス、それは。
I was about to say that it was dangerous. Maoka Kiryu could be around her. At least, I still didn't trust her. But,
それいいんじゃね？桐生氏って裏稼業に片足突っ込んでる関係で護身術も身につけてるって言ってたじゃん。でしょ？
oh, yeah, she definitely knows self-defense. She also knows how to blick people, too. About to clip Maho.
僕やオカリンなんかよりよっぽど強いってことだ。
That is also very
だ
true.
が。
どうにゃモエニャン。
構わない。
決まりにゃ。2人もいたらお邪魔じゃないかしら。全然気にしなくていいにゃ。フェイリスは一人っ子だったからお姉さんと妹ちゃんが増えたみたいで嬉しいにゃ。私は成人してるわよ。
She's actually the same age as Moeka, if I remember correctly. In the end, my opposition to it was completely ignored. The next day was the last day of the New Year's break. I came to Akihabara for the third day in a row. Wanted to visit Ferris's condo and check up on Maho.
いや、違うか。桐生萌香の様子を確認するためだな。
Can't lie to himself. Maho and Moeka ended up staying together yesterday, without anyone really thinking about it. There you go. Moeka would get to interview Maho, and Maho would feel better having someone around, so that was probably the best option. But I knew something about Moeka that no one else did. Moeka, or Kiryu Moeka, was around her. She didn't know self-defense. She knew how to kill someone if she needed to. There we go. But who would she try to kill? In this world line, I wasn't looking for the IBM 5100 or making a time machine. The Rounders were probably ignoring us.
理屈では分かっているんだが。
Even on the last day of vacation, Akihabara was as lively as ever. Hours were shorter than usual, but everywhere from the appliance stores to the main cafes were still open. In fact, there were lucky bags and special New Year's sales that you could only get today, and some customers had come for those. The sidewalks are filled with the girls in dazzling kimonos and who'd come from the nearby shrine as well as the usual Akihabara otaku. The place was even more chaotic than usual.
そういえばメイクインも正月休まず営業中なんだよな。
Ferris and Mayuri both said that they were working there today.
じゃあマンションにはあの二人しかいないのか。
Kuroki should be there too, I guess.
大丈夫だよな。
Should be, yeah. It was hard to imagine Momoka doing anything to Maho, for example, attacking her. Momoka had no reason to do that. But even if I knew that in my head, it didn't make controlling my emotions any easier. And it bugged me enough last night that I barely been able to sleep. If I saw the two of them living together without any kind of problem, maybe I'd feel better. I hurried to Ferris's condo. Oh, we finally got a sprite for him. Look at this. Kuroki the butler welcomed me in all of his 2D glory. Doesn't look too well, but you know, still. He was the ultimate butler who'd taken care of Ferris after her parents died and left her all alone. He still helped her in her work and was one of the few people that she trusted completely.
申し訳ありません。お嬢様は外出しております。
あ、はい、分かってます。ヒアジョーさんに会いに来たんですが。
お二人は客間にいらっしゃいます。どうぞお上がりください。
ありがとうございます。
それでは私はこれで。
Kuroki spun around 180 degrees with the same trained and effortless movement as always, then went to take the shortest path back to his room.
おっと。
He must have tripped because he staggered slightly and stopped.
失礼いたしました。私としたことが。
大丈夫ですか？
疲れているのかもしれません。お恥ずかしいところをお見せしました。
あ、いえ。
少し休めば問題ありません。失礼いたします。
His expression didn't change, but the tone of Kuroki's voice was slightly embarrassed as he headed to his room.
珍しいものを見たな。どんな時でも冷静沈着なロボットみたいな人が来客の前でよろめくなんて。 疲れてると言っていたけど、何か心労の種でもあるのかな。
Not for now. Well, no. For now, I need to worry about Maho.
ヒアジョーさん、いるか？
岡部さん、入ってちょうだい。
なんだこれは。
I was stunned as I came into the room. It was definitely the same guest room I'd been in several times before, probably, but everything about it had changed. First, the bed was gone and had been replaced by a big desk and a low Japanese table. Maho was sitting at the desk, glaring at a 16-inch laptop as she sipped coffee from a mug. There was a small laptop on a low table and Moeka was kneeling directly on the carpet in front of it, Lex Blade tapping away at the keyboard. Behind them was a sealed bookshelf, and I could see English language journals and fashion magazines sticking out of it. Until yesterday, this had been a guest room. In less than a day, it had been transformed into Maho and Moeka's workspace. There we go.
もうちょっとで終わるから、その辺に座っててくれる？
Maho put down the coffee cup without looking away from the screen, which was filled with complicated and constantly changing 3D graphs. Moeka tapped the key silently without even bothering to look at me.
何がどうなってるんだ？まさかまた世界線が変わった。
I quickly covered my mouth with my hand, but the two of them were so engrossed in their work. That's weird. That comma shouldn't be there, but let me see this real quick. is it? Where is it? Where are you? There you go. Excuse me, they were so engrossed in their work, they didn't respond at all.
よしと。
Once she hit a stopping point, my host put her on her chair to face
こん
me.
にちは、岡部さん。
She didn't seem to think anything was out of the ordinary.
もしかして様子を見に来てくれたの？せっかく来てくれたのにごめんなさい。今から桐生さんの取材を受けなきゃならないの。
それはいいが、この部屋の惨状を説明してくれないか？
惨状？なかなか居心地のいい環境だと思うんだけど。
昨日はこんなに散らかってなかったぞ。
My host seemed confused for a moment, but finally seemed to understand what I was saying.
出歩くのが危険なんだったらここで研究をするしかないでしょ。仕事をしやすいように模様替えしたのよ。
模様替え？
This went far beyond what I call reorganization. Neither Daru nor I were good at cleaning, but we weren't this bad.
これ全部自分たちで用意したのか？
そうよ。桐生さんもここで記事を書くっていうから2人で必要な家具や資料を洗い出したのね。
この短時間で机や本棚はどこから持ってきたんだ？
I can write articles anywhere, but I'm a bodyguard, so I need to stay by Dr. Hiyajo's side. There you go. Oh, I can't click until, yep. You're so far behind on times. Excuse me, you're so far behind the times, Okabe. You can get most anything off the net in a day these days. I asked Dr. Hiyajo what she ordered or what she wanted and ordered it off the net, but in a day though, you're crazy. There you go.
俺はてっきり。
てっきり何？
あ、いや、なんでもない。
I thought the world line had changed and I hadn't realized it. But evidently I've been worried over nothing.
机や棚の組み立ても2人でやったのか？
執事の方にお願いしたわ。あの人すごいわね。
ああ、だから黒木さん疲れてたのか。
I explained a lot, but just hearing all this had exhausted me. I found a place to sit down and I caught my foot on something. Looked down to see a thick book. Its pages
こ
open.
れは？
それはまた後で見るから避けて通って。ページをめくらないように注意してね。
あとって？
概算だけど19時間後くらいかしら。
Ah, yeah, of course.
本
Yeah.
棚があるんだから読まない間はしまっておけばいいんじゃないか？
すぐに再読するつもりの本をいちいち本棚に戻すなんて非合理的よ。科学者の取るべきアプローチではないわ。
Yeah, of course, because 19 hours from now is soon. Yeah, right.
そういう問題か？
I looked at the floor and saw 4 other open books. That wasn't all. The carpet was strewn with papers, used cups of instant ramen, bath towels, handkerchiefs, and other things. Their old clothes were lying out too. I saw a skirt, a t-shirt, a blouse, socks, tights, and other items of clothing. It was like a lot like when I visited Moeka's house in the other world line before all this. That, yeah, when you think about it, 2 peas in a pod, huh? Evidently neither Moeka nor Maho were the type to worry about keeping things clean. There was enough space around the low table to move, but there was enough junk around where Moeka was sitting that it would be impossible to sit next to her.
本や書類以外のものは横にどかしてもいいかな？
どうぞ。
いい。
Since they'd given it permission, I leaned over to pick up the pink towel. It wasn't a towel. It was a pink bra. My brain utterly failed to process this new development, and I froze with my hand still holding it high in the air. Moeka was looking at me blankly. What does it say? Okabe. That's mine. You can't just go touching girls' underwear. I couldn't help it is not what you're supposed to say. I screamed it through the Broadway. That's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, wow. Oh, man. That's so cute. Moeka glanced downwards, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her hands quickly moved to cover her chest. I tried as best as I could to get it out of my hand, and I found a space in the corner that was still relatively clean and sat down. There you go.
お茶はセルフサービスよ。冷蔵庫はそこ。
Drinks are self-service. I'm gonna kill you, bro. There was a round pink fridge in the corner with plastic cups on top. It's so convenient having a fridge at work. You don't have to leave to get drinks, so the only time you have to leave, or excuse me, the only time you have to leave the room is to go to the bathroom.
社会不適合者が2人集まるとこういう空間が生まれるのか。
主観の相違よ。
Yeah, sure.
むしろ知的生産活動に最適化された生活空間と言ってほしいわね。
はあ。
There you go. It looked like I've been worried over nothing after all. If nothing else, Moeka didn't seem to feel any animosity towards Maho, and Maho seemed to be enjoying the company. The thought of the two of them picking out furniture together honestly seemed kind of cute. I was glad I came to check on things. I'd be able to sleep just fine tonight. With my task completed, I could have just left, but I decided to stay and watch the two of them a while longer.
じゃあ桐生さん、そろそろ取材を始めましょうか。
わかった。
Give me 1 second, please. Shoot, sorry about any background noise that you guys hear. Got what's it called? Well, don't really need to explain it, but sorry about the background noise. You guys are here for a little bit. Let me see how long I've been going for. An hour and 13. Yeah, no, that's fine. How many things? 2 viewers. Who's watching right now? Who's watching? Yeah. Shoot. Let's keep going though. Yeah, anyways. Pat Fusty. Moeka closed the laptop and moved it to the side. Then started to go through her bra.
取材って具体的に何をするんだ。
インタビューよ。
Yeah, I'm like, what
イン
kind?
タビュー。
本当なら昨日ホテルで取材を受ける予定だったの。
The special is on the front. Oh, excuse me. Wow. Whoa. Moeka, relax. Alright. I'm working on a special article for a business magazine at Art Rewrite. The special is on the front lines of artificial intelligence research. I'm supposed to write about Dr. Hyajo, what she's done and what she's working on. I can find all of that from the net, but that doesn't make for a good article, you know? So I thought maybe I could start with a long interview with Dr. Hyajo.
意外と仕事熱心なんだな。
文章を書くのは好きだから。
Yeah, who would have thought? In the Alpha World line, Moeka's job was just a cover to hide her work as a rounder. And even then, she'd been fired for incompetence, as I recalled. But in this world line, she seemed to be a hard worker. Was she actually working as a rounder?
私としてもこんなにお世話をかけているから、せめて桐生さんの仕事に協力できればなって。人工知能研究について多くの人に知ってもらえれば、私にとってもプラスになるし。桐生さん、準備できたかしら？
Moeka nodded and the interview began. Or, it didn't actually.
弱ったわね。桐生さんは口下手だとは思っていたけど、ここまでとは。
ごめんなさい。
Even I could tell that Moeka was doing a horrible job. It wasn't even an interview. Instead of asking questions, Moeka just sat there with a memo pad and ball pen in her hands, completely unmoving. Felt like she was about to cry. Maho and I tried our best to move things along, but it didn't work.
どうしましょうか。また後日にする？
This isn't a problem that'll be solved in another day.
がスケジュールギリギリなの。
そう。それなら今日中に済ませてしまうべきね。とはいえ、今すぐ桐生さんの口下手がどうにかなるってことはないわよね。
ごめんなさい。
Moeka apologized in a soft, thin voice. She still looked like she could cry in frustration at any moment.
違うの。誤解しないで。桐生さんを責めているわけじゃないわ。今のは準備なのよ。問題を解決するために検討すべき条件を列挙しているだけ。
問題？
ええ。インタビューを完遂したい。これが問題。条件としては、桐生さんが取材できないのであれば別のインタビュアーが必要。それもできれば情報工学にそれなりの知識がある人、かつ今すぐに手伝ってくれる人。あ、
The two of them looked at me at the same time.
もしかして俺のことか？
難易度の低い問題だったわね。岡部さん、ちょっとお願いできない？
いや、そんな突然言われても。
岡部さんは条件にぴったりよ。専門も多少近いし、勘どころを抑えた質問をしてくれるんじゃないかしら。何せレスキネン教授に一目惚れされるような潜在的才覚をお持ちのようですから。
買いかぶらないでくれ。どこにでもいる典型的な日本の大学生だよ。
He is anything but what are you
冗
talking
談よ。
about?
でも適任だと思ってるのは本当。
いや、しかし。
Ask for me too. I can pay a little. ありがとうございました。An interview, huh? If that would give me an opportunity to observe how they lived and also get me some pay, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I'd be spending enough time at the lab over the holidays that I had been cutting into my work hours. And lately I started to dream about going to Victor College or University too. The chance to talk to Maho Hyajo, a very talented AI engineer, was invaluable. A lot of people probably would have paid money for it.
わかったわ。俺もヒアジョさんの研究には興味があるしな。俺でよければ協力させてくれ。
ありがとう。そう言ってくれると助かるわ。
ありがとう。
それじゃあ早速始めましょう。桐生さん、記録はどうする？
録音する。
Well, I could get a voice recorder and put on. This reminds me of
私のペースで進めてしまっていいのよね。
I haven't seen this sprite in forever. I remember this sprite. Wow, this is crazy. Why does Okabe look like that, bro? That's yeah. Oh man. Nah, but yeah, what's it called? This scene reminds me a little bit of Superman, James Gunn Superman, where Lois and Clark do the interview or whatever. I forget how this scene goes though.
いい。自由に喋ってくれて、後で編集する。
俺は何を聞けばいいんだ？一応言っておくと、俺だって人工知能については平均的日本人程度の知識しか持ってないぞ。
そうね。私が思いつくままに喋ってもいいけど、せっかくだからディスカッション形式にしましょうか。その方が話も弾むでしょうし。
The second she said those words, my mind filled with memories of the past. Yeah, we should fried you.
まあ、はい。いいですよ。ディスカッション形式の方が話も弾むでしょうし。
岡部さん、どうかした？
大丈夫？
Both Maho and Moeka were staring at me
ディ
confused.
スカッション形式がお気に召さないなら、
いや、そういうわけじゃない。すまない。クリスが君と同じことを言っていたのを思い出したんだ。
クリスが？いつ？
彼女が来日した時に ATF でタイムマシンの講義を。
That didn't happen. That didn't happen, remember? No, she didn't. That happened in another world line. In this world line, Kurisu died before she ever gave that lecture on the time machine or came to a
い
line.
や、勘違いかな。腰を折ってすまなかった。気にしないでくれ。
そう？大丈夫ならいいけど。さて、何から始めましょうか。そうね。人工知能の研究はコンピューターの誕生とほぼ同時期からスタートしているの。私たちが作っている人工知能の心臓部はニューラルネットワークという技術をベースにしているのだけど、この技術が提案されたのが1950年頃。世界初のノイマン型コンピューターとされるエニアックが発表されたのが1946年よ。
Hey. Okay.
ほぼ同じよね。
Let's see. Tips. ENIAC? I guess that's how you pronounce it. ENIAC. The electronic numerical integrator and computer. The very first computer built in 1947 in America. It was used to calculate artillery tables, and the mathematician John von Neumann participated in its development. It used over 1,700 vacuum tubes and was over 1,000 times faster than existing electronic calculators. However, vacuum tubes at the time were very poorly made, and several would break and have to be replaced each day. ENIAC is often called the world's first general-purpose electronic computer by others such as the Antonov's Antonov's computer existed before it did. Thus, it is more precisely described as the first computer that became widely known. Wow, okay. Von Neumann architecture. Type of computer architecture first proposed in 1946 by mathematician John von Neumann. Almost all modern computers use John von Neumann's architecture. Early computers made no distinction between what we would now call an OS and a program, and were composed entirely of physical wiring, greatly limiting their potential. Von Neumann's system was one where not only data but a program itself could be loaded into hardware memory as needed from an external source and executed.
当時コンピューターは魔法のような機械だった。一度プログラムさえ組めばどんなに複雑な計算でも自動的に解いてくれるのだから。まあこれは今でもそうだけど、だから当時の研究者はもっとすごいプログラムを書けばもっと多くの問題を解いてくれるだろうと考えた。コンピューターが究極的に進化すればまるで人間のように知性を持ち思考するコンピューターが作れるようになるだろうとね。けれ
Kind
ど
of like Amadeus.
残念ながらそうはならなかった。人間のような包括的な機能を有する人工知能は21世紀に至る今もまだ作られていない。もちろん人工知能学者が何もやってこなかったって話じゃないのよ。むしろ逆。究極の人工知能は完成に至っていないけど、研究の過程で数えきれないほどの成果を情報科学分野にもたらしたわ。例えば画像をスキャンして文字を読み取る OCR 技術。これは人間が文字を認識するメカニズムとも共通点がある。
Go. Okay. Tips. Optical character recognition technology. The technology that allows a computer to read and recognize letters written on paper. While humans can easily read text composed of letters, it is extremely difficult for a machine to do so. At first, there was a problem in pattern recognition, which is a field of AI research, but OCR technology has advanced to the point that it's used in many commercial services. Very topical. Very topical topic. Excuse me, very topical. It's redundant.
近いうちにスマホに音声認識システムが搭載されるかもっていう噂があるけど、それも以前は
That is, she was right. 100% right.
人工知能研究の一環だったの。けれど研究が始まってから60年が経った今も人間と同じように機能する汎用的な人工知能の開発には世界中の誰も成功していない。アマデウスを除けばね。
どうして誰も成功していないんだ？
ごく簡単に言えば脳の原理が解明できていないからかしら。
Maho tapped her temple with her index finger.
脳にはまだ未知の部分が多いのよ。なぜたかが1000億個程度の神経細胞で構成された生体コンピューターが驚くべき性能を発揮できるのか。なぜ大量の情報を整理して記録し、かつ瞬時に利用できるのか。なぜ一見すると無関係の事象を組み合わせてひらめくなんてことができるのか。あげればいくらでもあるわ。他にも人間には容易に解けるのにコンピューターに解けない問題とかもあるしね。
そんな問題が？
たくさんあるわよ。それらの問題を一つずつ解明していくのが私たちの研究だとも言えるわね。
いまいちイメージが湧かないな。何か具体例を教えてもらえないか？
そうね。フレーム問題について説明してみましょうか。例えば桐生さんがロボットだとしましょう。
Mocha had tipped me taking notes, but she suddenly jerked up when her name was said.
私がロボット。
正確にはロボットに搭載された人工知能ね。桐生さん、テーブルを使いたいのだけどレコーダーを少しどかしてもらってもいいかしら。
Mocha moved the voice recorder from the table to the floor. Maho started to rummage through her bag as she did so.
確かこの中に。あ、これこれ。
She took out a small white box, small enough to fit inside her tiny hands. She opened it and extracted the contents. It was a Rupa. Same thing Mayuri collected. There you go. Maho handed it to me, so I took it and touched it. It has the texture of an
昨
eraser.
日まゆりさんがくれたのかわいいわよね
Yes, Barry. I love it. There you go. There you go. Was it really? There you go. I never quite understood what girls, particularly Mayuri, would find cute. I returned the Upa to her. She put it back in the box, closed the lid, and put the box in the center of the table.
今から簡単な実験をしてみるわね岡部さん桐生さんに命令してその箱の中にあるウーパを取り出させてみて
命令？
そうよ桐生さんという人工知能が正しく動作するようにプログラムを送信するわけ
正しく動作するように。
命令はできるだけ簡潔でかつ厳密なものが望ましいわ例えばこの部屋の中には箱がたくさんあるだけど他のどれでもなくテーブルの上に置かれたこの箱を開けるように指示しなきゃダメ送れる命令は文章だけ指をさしてこの箱って示すのは反則よ桐生さんは岡部さんに言われた命令をそのまま実行してみて言われたことだけを可能な限り忠実に行うのいいかしら
分かった。
では実験開始岡部さん命令をどうぞ
I didn't quite get the point of all this, but I decided to just say the first thing that came to my mind.
テーブルの上にある真っ白な箱を開けて中にあるものを取り出してくれ。
桐生さん今のが命令よテーブルの上にある真っ白な箱を開けて中にあるものを取り出してくれ言われた通りに行動してみて可能な限り忠実によ
Mocha's gaze moved from me to the box on the table.
できない。
え箱を開けるだけだろ
I pointed to the box in the center of the table, uncertain as to what was going on. Mocha just looked at me, clearly upset. Maho nodded, satisfied.
仕方がないのよほら
Maho picked up the box and showed me the other side.
なんだこれ
German, huh?
デア・アルテ・ベルフェルト・ニヒト
Tips. Okay. Let's see, what does it say? A phrase found in a letter written by a theoretical physicist, Albert Einstein, to my girl looked like Albert Einstein. Oh man. To his good friend, theoretical physicist Max Born, in December of 1926. In English, it translates to God does not play dice. Einstein made great contributions to early quantum theory, but he was skeptical of the field's central idea, that quantum behave in a probabilistic manner. This phrase is intended to express his disagreement with this idea.
神はサイコロを振らないアインシュタインの言葉よ
My girl looked like Albert
これが書いてあったから桐生さんは箱を開けられなかったのよそうよね
そう。
えそうなのかなんで文字が書いてあることと命令に従えないことに何の関係があるんだ
真っ白じゃないから。
え
桐生さんあなたは正しいわ岡部さんの命令は真っ白な箱を開けて中身を取り出せだったでしょでもこの箱は真っ白じゃない文字が書いてあるもの
It's the thing about AI, man. Like, one of the smartest inventions, one of the greatest inventions of humankind, right? Dumb as bricks, dumb as a bag of bricks. They, not in the sense that like the the ceiling is too low, like they can't do anything. It's the sense that they can do everything, and because of that, that's the problem. You can't tell an AI, oh, open the box, like what they do with Mocha here, right? Because of the fact that you need to tell it how to do everything because it can do anything. It doesn't have the connective thought process that a human brain would, because it's a tool meant to do stuff, but it can't do anything without the controls, right? And so with AI, you have to be super specific, like hyper specific, for it to get for you to get it to do anything. Because again, at the end of the day, without a command, it won't do anything. Despite the fact that it can do everything, until that consciousness, until that brain is in an AI, it won't be able to do anything. It'll be a machine and nothing more. Thus, the machine learning, right? But yeah, like AI, man, it's crazy.
それで桐生さんは箱を開けられなかったの。人間と違ってコンピューターは与えられた命令を忠実に実行しすぎるのね。だから命令の設定は慎重にやらなきゃいけないの。
Maho put the box back on the table. I couldn't see the letters from where I was.
もう一回だけやってみましょうか。岡部さん、今のを踏まえて適切な命令を考えてみて。
なるほど。
なるほどな。
つまりさっきは真っ白なと余計な言葉を付け足してしまったからダメだったんだよな。
そういうこと。
だったらもっとシンプルにいこう。テーブルの上の箱を開けて中身を取り出してくれ。
桐生さん、今の岡部さんの命令に従ってみて。言葉の通りに忠実によ。
It's not gonna work. Mocha turned her gaze once again from me to the box on the table. Yep, it won't work.
できない。
I can't. Yep.
今度は何が問題なんだ？
Mocha's brow wrinkled a little bit as she pointed to the box on the table.
これ箱じゃないから。
え
I ought to kill you, bro. Maho burst out laughing as if she couldn't contain herself any longer. Her smile seemed more childlike than
桐生
ever.
さん、あなたは素晴らしい被験体だわ。こんなにうまくいくとは思わなかった。
I had no idea what was going
どう
on.
いうことなんだ？
The other side, right? Yep, this isn't a box. Maho turned the box around and explained the trick to me.
これは箱ではない。また書き足したのか？
この言葉が書いてあったから桐生さんはこれが箱であると断定できなかった。だから開けられなかった。そうよね。
そう。
いや表面に何が
Now
書
he's
いてあっ
getting
ても
pressed.
箱は箱だろう。
To us,
人
yeah.
工知能にはそれはわからないわ。箱というのがどういうものなのかを丁寧に教えてあげないといけないの。
Yep.
今回は気流ロボが箱とは何かを大まかには知っているという前提だったけど、この通りちょっと情報が揺れるだけで人工知能は期待した動作をしなくなるわけ。それ
I'm telling
に
you, man.
今はテーブルの上の箱はこれ1個しかないけど、もし箱そっくりの四角い石があったらそれと箱とを区別する命令も必要よね。
AI is dumb as bricks, bro. They can do everything, but they can't. Or they can do everything, but they can't do anything. It's crazy.
箱の上に石が乗っていたらまずその石をどかす命令をしないと中身を取り出すことはできないわ。こんな風にあらゆる可能性を一個ずつ排除する必要があるの。
そんなのキリがないな。
そうよ、キリがない。 どんな条件が判断に影響するかわからないから、思いつくものは全部命令に含めなきゃいけないのよ。桐生さん、今日の朝食は何を食べたかしら？
For breakfast today. What was this about?
あんまん以外に朝食の選択肢はあった？
肉まん。
もし肉まんを選んでいたら、桐生さんの行動は変わっていたかもしれないわよね。それも考慮に入れないと。あとはそうね、天気はどうかしら。今日は晴れているけど、もし雨だったらそれも考慮に入れないと。それにこの部屋の温度と湿度、テーブルの色も重要よね。もちろん材質と床からの高さも測らなきゃ。そこのカーテンは開いているけど、これが閉まっていたら、あるいは半開きだった場合、75% 以上開いている場合を個別に検討しないと。カーテンの汚れ具合も関係するかもしれない。前にクリーニングに出したのはいつかしら。その時の料金や店員の態度だってパラメーターとして考慮する必要がある。それに
ストップストップ
I was gonna say you're over explaining. I had to stop her before she went any
いくら
further.
なんでも朝食や天気はテーブルの上の箱を取るかどうかに影響しないだろう。カーテンが汚れてるかどうかなんてもっと無関係だ。だからその辺はあらかじめ条件から除外してもいいはずじゃないか。
Maho's eyes began to shine.
それよ、
え？
岡部さんの言う通りよ。確かに朝食や天気は箱を開けるのに何の関係もないわ。
だったら
でもどうして岡部さんはそれがわかるの？
Huh?
いや、そんなの普通に考えれば。
And I finally understand the point of the experiment. Maho nodded
そうよ。
satisfied.
人工知能にはその普通というのがわからないのよ。
なるほど。
これがフレーム問題よ。ある一つの命令を実行するのに、人工知能は付随する無数の条件を加味しなきゃいけないの。
I don't think you
そ
think of
の
it as
条
a
件のう
child.
ちほとんどは本来無視できるはずなのだけど、人工知能にはどれを無視していいのかがわからない。そうなるとあらゆる事象を考慮しなければいけなくなる。でもあらゆる事象ってつまり無限ということよね。無限に存在する条件を全て確認していたら永久に箱を拾い上げることはできない。箱を開けるという行為に朝食のメニューやテーブルの色が関係ないことは人間なら考えるまでもなくわかるわ。でも人工知能にはそれができない。問題を解決するために検討する範囲をどこまでに設定するか、その枠を人間なら簡単に作れるけど人工知能にはできないの。枠、つまりフレームね。だからフレーム問題っていうの。
なるほど。
It's as simple as that. It's simple but so
面白いな。
complicated.
でしょ？
And remember, this is
どうして人間はその枠を決められるんだ？
what's it called? This was back in 2011, at least like when this story is being written. Because like, you know, for us, this game came out in 2015, so yeah, it was definitely further along than it was back in like the the early 2010s. But like, it's just interesting having that perspective. Because hearing this information back in 2011 would have been crazy. Would have been insane to think about. Because you think of how movies and media portray AI. It's like it's if it isn't a realistic depiction, you're not gonna get a real like what's it called? It's not gonna make sense. It's not gonna make sense once you see the real thing.
それがさっぱりわからないの。人工知能研究60年に及ぶ謎の一つよ。アマデウスはフレーム問題を解明する研究でもあるの。クリスを見ていると 一見フレーム問題を解決しているように見える。でもどうして彼女がそれを解決できているのかがわからない。それどころかクリス自身にも分かっていないのよ。
分かってないって。アマデウスは君が作ったんだろ。
仮説だったらいくらでもあるわよ。でも数学的には証明できていない。第一、私が作ったのは人間の脳が蓄えた記憶をデータとして抽出して脳と同じように駆動する人工知能メカニズムよ。トータルでは脳の挙動をシミュレートしているけど、その全てを理解しているわけではないわ。地球と同じだけの質量を持った物体を作れば 1G の重力を発生させられる。だけど重力の発生メカニズムを解明したことにはならない。そういえば分かりやすいかしら。
全く分かりやすくはないが言いたいことは分かった。人間のように動く人工知能はできたけれど、それがなぜ人間のように動くのかはまだ分かってないわけだ。
そういうこと。でもこれだって人工知能研究においては画期的な発展なのよ。神経細胞の挙動をシミュレートする研究は以前から行われていたの。だけど効率的に機能するデータを作る方法が見つからなかった。人間が何十年もかけて見聞きして整理分類して脳の中に構築したとんでもなく複雑回帰なデータ。
つまり記憶か。
そう、この記憶というデータの構造が長らく謎のままだった。けれどクリスの研究のおかげでひとまず記憶を丸ごとデジタル変換して取り出すことに成功した。未だにそのデータ構造自体は未知だけど、それをデータとして使うことはできるようになったわけ。
それがアマデウス。
ええ、そういうこと。人工知能研究ではこういう事象は多いのよ。でもいずれは必ず突き止めてみせる。人類が持つ知能の正体をね。その時私はようやくクリスを。
Mouse only fell silent in the middle of her
どうした？
sentence.
何でもないわ。他に聞きたいことはないかしら。フレーム問題に関係なくてもいいわよ。
There was a lot I wanted to ask, but it felt like we had more than enough for Mooka's article. I looked at Mooka, who hesitated a second before speaking.
何かしら、桐生さん。
人工知能が人間の能力を上回るものになることはあるの？
面白い質問だわ。現時点でもアマデウスは学力という意味でならここにいる私たちをすでに超えているでしょうね。クリスの記憶を有しているわけだから。
There was no matching the knowledge of a genius. I got up against Curious any number of times. I learned that the hard way.
でもそれはあくまで私たちと比べた場合、クリスのベースはクリス本人、つまり人間の記憶よ。これが人間の能力を上回っているとみなすかは検討が必要でしょうね。ただし人間の能力を上回る人工知能ができるまではあとちょっとだと思うわ。もともと研究者の間では2050年くらいには人工知能が人間を超える時代が来ると言われているの。いわゆるシンギュラリティポイントね。アマデウスの登場によってその日は想定よりももっとずっと早く到来するはずよ。
ありがとうございました。
どういたしまして。
機械が人間を上回るか。映画みたいな話だな。ありえるのか？
あら、こ 学系の大学生とは思えない発言ね。岡部さんは飛行機のように空を飛べないでしょ。新幹線より早く移動できないし、安物の電卓より計算が早いわけでもない。今この時点でも機械の能力はすでに人間を大きく上回っているのよ。脳だけが例外だなんて誰にも言えない。この世界に科学で説明できない奇跡のメカニズムなんて存在しないのよ。全ては物理現象なのだから、原理を解明すれば必ず人工的に作れるわ。未解明の問題を全て解決して真の人工知能を作る。それが私の仕事よ。インタビューとしてはこんな感じでどうかしら、桐生さん。
Momoka just said her memo padded and
桐
looked
生さ
up.
ん
I don't think she understood any of it.
これで十分
Never mind, she understood everything.
面白い記事になる。岡部君もありがとう。
ああ、俺も興味深く聞かせてもらったよ。
I always love those conversations in these games where it's just straight science. Stuff that you wouldn't think about, like with Kurisu and the brain science stuff that she was talking about, or the time travel theory, or this with the AI. Like this was definitely like this game's more AI than it is time travel, while last game was time travel. Like it's just interesting to think about. Anyways, I want to talk a little more about both Maho and Moeka seem to have work to do, so I decided to leave.
すべては物理現象か。
Maho thought exactly the way most AI researchers did, that there were no black boxes in the human brain. But I knew the truth. There were things inside the brain that science couldn't understand.
リーディングしたいなって
Steiner.
何なんだろうな。
Shoot, man, it's something. That's for sure. Was it ever going to be scientifically explained? What an interesting conversation. That was awesome. Now we're with Maho.
危ない危ない。
Maho quickly choked back her yawn and looked around to see if anyone saw her. There were other people doing the same thing she was, sitting up against the railing of the bridge and killing time. Of course, they were all too focused on themselves to pay her any mind. Can you hurry up? She planned on spending the day at Ferris's house taking care of the paperwork left over from the office temporary closure. But this morning, she got a call from Dr. Luskinen that had sent her hurrying to Tokyo Denki University. There you go. I don't know why that was so hard for me to read. Tokyo Denki had, it seemed, offered them a temporary room at the school while their office was closed. Dr. Luskinen had called Dr. Aizaki at Tokyo Denki, who had given it to them without a second thought. Oh yeah, of course. He's a beat writer. So now she had decided to pay the new office a visit, discuss what they had planned to do for the future. The Kanda campus for Tokyo Denki University wasn't that far away from Akihabara, it seemed. I mean, that's where Okabe goes to school.
しかしまあいい天気ね。
The sky that poked out between the buildings had a clear color that was unique to winter. She had spent the whole of yesterday cooped up inside her room, so the cold air felt good. She crossed her arms and reached upwards. It's one of those good stretches, a really good stretch.
しかし遅いわね。
The reason she was standing here was that she was waiting for Moega.
あ、来た。
Sorry, almost there. Sorry. No, oh, no hurry. Take your time.
わ
Thank
ざわざい
you.
いのに。
There you go. Come. Maho didn't know the way to Tokyo Denki, so Moeka kindly offered to take her there. Why not just ask Okabe? And she'd asked for something in exchange.
ヒヤジョ博士の写真を撮らせてほしい。 記事に載せたいから。
Malo didn't really like having her picture taken, but if Moeka was nice enough to interview her, she wanted to do everything she could to help. Moeka had gone back to her home to get the camera. She said it was close enough to walk, so Maho just decided to wait. Why not just go with her? But darn.
あの人 LINE だとテンション高いわよね。
Completely different person. Completely different person. There you go. She closed her phone and looked up. And then she saw Moeka directly under the bridge running towards her. Here I come. Here I come.
待たせてごめんなさい。ヒアジョ博士。
そんなに急がなくてもよかったのに。少し休んでいく？
いえ、平気です。
Moeka went around in front of Maho and started to walk ahead. Forgot. The year had just started and the subway was empty. Maho decided to take a closer look at Moeka, who was sitting next to her and grabbing onto one of the handles. Moeka realized she was being watched and tilted her head. Then she took out her phone and started to type. Maho's phone suddenly rang at the bottom of her bag. She just received the Ryan message from her. Nanda, I see, so we can talk on a train like this. Feels strange talking to you on Ryan when you're right next to each other. You didn't look like you were doing well. It might have been my imagination. Moeka's expression didn't change much, but Maho thought it didn't mean she had no feelings. Oh, she definitely has feelings, that's for sure. There you go. But she looked into Moeka's thin, pretty eyes. She could see that she was interested, and she was an interested observer of many things. That is very true. Saw that a lot in original Steins Gate. Maybe that's what you'd expect from a writer. There you go. Sorry to worry you. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Sorry. I'll make sure you get to thank you, Dr. Hiaja. It's weird being called Dr. Hiaja. What? It's weird? Yep. You don't have to call me doctor both in the real world and on Ryan. Just be a little informal. So, but then what do I call you? Maho. Just call me by my name. That's what you do for Okabe, right? That's because he's a student and younger than me. You can treat me the same way. We'll be roommates for a while and we're both about the same age. So how about we call each other Moeka and Maho? Pause this real quick. There you go. Alright. You never tell by looking at them, but Maho and Moeka were only a year apart. Maho was 21 and Moeka was... That's what she was. She was 20, which meant that she was the older of the two. Maho couldn't help but wonder what kind of deal you had to be to make a god to get that height and those voluptuous breasts. Okay, man. Cool. Ah, no way. I never call anyone by their first name. I'd be too nervous. How about Kiryu and Hiaja? Please be one of the few friends I got in Japan. Got it, will do. Okay. Then try saying it now. Poor girl, she's not able to. Moeka suddenly jerked upright and opened her eyes wide. Yeah. Maho nodded at Moeka's whispered question. If we start doing it, I want to start now. But hold on. There you go. But like, I'm really not good at talking to people. Let me lock in real quick. Hold on. There you go. Now let the magic happen. second. It's getting spooky over here, bro. It's getting spooky. It's getting spookier and spookier. Yep. Lock in, bro. Lock in. Lock in. Oh, man. There you go. Yeah, no, that's easy money. There you go. Yep. Bloom's Tower Defense. How you take my heart, so okay. Anyways, but like I just said, I'm not really good at talking to people. Really. I thought you were just nervous because Okabe was with us last night. Like you're the kind of person who gets nervous around the opposite sex. It's true that when I talk to men I get even more nervous. In other words, when it's just girls, it's not so bad to talk, or it's not so bad that you can't talk, right? Or can't talk? Well, maybe. And since they're both girls, let's get along. I know. How about this? When it's just the two of us, how about we try to talk in person instead of write as much as we can? I'd be less bored with someone to talk to. If you're gonna be a writer for a magazine, I think it'd be a good choice to practice, don't you? Okay, I'll do my best. She is trying, gotta give her that. For Maho's sake, at least. Okay. Moeka seemed to steel herself and then turned towards Maho. Hi.
ヒヤ嬢さん、よろしくお願いします。
ええ、よろしくね、桐生さん。
Adorable, adorable. The area around Tokyo, that yo, this is not the CG. This is not the CG. Yo. There you go. The area around Tokyo Denki was quiet. Moeka told her that the surrounding areas were offices and government buildings, which meant that at this time of year there was almost no one around. She felt bad but decided to have Moeka wait outside. The school was still on break, so she could have waited in one of the rooms on campus, but Moeka had refused. But like, why this CG? I don't understand. I'm literally so confused as to why this CG is being used right now. It's not raining. And on top of that, the context of this CG is really not appropriate, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, whatever. She split up with Moeka. Maho got very lost on her way to Aizaki's lab. The school was completely empty because of the break, so she couldn't ask anyone. In the end, she had to call Dr. Luskin and got detailed instructions. A letter was taped to the door marked Dr. Aizaki's lab. The letter had a photo of smiling Dr. Luskin along with some low-resolution text that looked like it was directly printed from a PC screen.
世界脳科学総合研究機構日本オフィス準備室の設立者アレクシス・レスキネンからのお願いをお読みください。これをご覧の皆様全員から1ドルずついただければすぐにでもおでん缶が食べられます。相変わらずこういうのが好きね、教授は。
No matter how formal the greeting or the setting, when the professor wanted to tell a joke, he'd do it. He was really just like a child. But his carefree personality let Maho and Kurisu relax and enjoy their work. Suddenly remembering Kurisu made her heart ache a little. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address... That's a lot of suddens. Yeah, that's a lot of suddens in a span of like 2 sentences. She suddenly realized that her sudden change of address, coupled with living with a person she barely even met, was taking its toll on her. Today, she finally got the chance to talk to her again. or more accurately, the memories she left behind.
教授、レスキネン教授。
Maho. When she stepped inside the lab and called the professor's name, the giant in the back came running to greet her.
やあ魔法よく来てくれたね。パワーアップした準備室へようこそ。
はあ、つまりこのテーブルとソファー2つがパワーアップした準備室なんですね。
Okay, it's been 2 hours.
Yes、シンプルであることこそが真理へ近づく秘訣であるというだろう。
誰の言葉ですか？
私さ。
That is very true. The professor clapped his hands and laughed. Maho ignored him and went to sit on the sofa. He didn't seem hurt.
さてと、それで今後のことについてだが。
ああ、すみません。アマデウスを立ち上げるのでちょっと待ってください。
Oh, excuse me. She took out her laptop and put it on the table. Her OS, a Linux variant, customized for research purposes, booted up and displayed the login screen. Maho typed in her account name the same way she'd done 1,000 times before. Alright, tips. Singularity point. Oh, must have missed this. A theory proposed by mathematician Werner Vinge and inventor Rai Kurzweil? Whatever. The phrase refers to a point in time where an AI is created whose intelligence exceeds our own. In Japanese, it is referred to as a technological singularity. The theory states that when the singularity point is reached, all further development will be done by AIs, without any human intervention, and a non-human centric civilization will begin to develop. This will mark a major paradigm shift in human history. Kurzweil has said that the singularity will occur sometime around 2045, and many other AI researchers, while they disagree on the exact date, say that it's going to happen as well. Opinions are divided as to what role humanity will play after this. Scary thought, but it's true. Linux. An OS software developed in 1991 to be compatible with the general purpose UniX OS. At the time, UniX was extremely expensive and not easily available. So Linus Torvalds, then a university student, I'm sorry, just seeing the name Torvald immediately made me think of Paladins. Torvald, bro. Man. I wonder, I think Paladins is dead, right? I don't remember if the game stopped. It's, what's it called? If it reached end of service. Let me see. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin, for always showing up. There you go. Torvald. Paladins. Let's see. Oh yeah, post-mortem, yeah. There's no updates. Yeah, because people moved on to Deadlock instead. Yeah. Crazy. Crazy to think about. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, Torvald. Here. Let me just start from here. At the time, UniX was extremely expensive and not easily available, so Linus Torvalds, then a university student, developed Linux as an alternative. The code is open source, and programmers from all around the world contributed to its development until it reached a point where it could be used for commercial purposes. Many modern servers use Linux. I know some ordinary gamers. Buddha Heart uses Linux. Operating system, OS, the basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows other programs to operate in parallel. Salieri. For just a moment, she stared at the letters in her account name. She quickly put in the password and called up the desktop. Before long, Kurisu appeared on the screen.
お久しぶりです、先輩。
久しぶりって、一昨日も話したじゃない。
2 days is still a
あれ
long
は緊
time.
急事態でしたから話したうちに入りませんよ。それでなくても最近あまり話せなかったし。
仕方ないわよ。テスト中なんだから。
During Okabe and Amadeus' communication test, Maho and Dr. Luskin had avoided talking to Amadeus to keep from adding noise to the experiment.
岡部さんも最近はあまり話してくれませんけどね。もしかして先輩と岡部さん、私に内緒でよく会ってるんじゃないですか？一昨日も一緒にいましたし。
そんなんじゃないって言ってるでしょ。なんであなたはどんな時でも頭の中に色恋妄想が渦巻いてるのよ。
妄想じゃありません。冷静な観察と分析に基づいた角度の高い推論です。
それならそっちを先行にすればよかったじゃない。あなたの的外れな分析じゃ博士号どころか大学卒業も危うかったでしょうけど。
Dr. Luskin brought his hands together in an exaggerated motion.
この雰囲気懐かしいね。昔はキャンパスのどこにいても君たちを探すのに苦労しなかったよ。いつでも二人の話し声が聞こえていたからね。
もう教授、冗談はやめてください。
それほど仲がいいということさ。君たちはまるで姉妹のようだ。
Yes, almost exactly.
それじゃあ今後のことについてのメーティングを始めよう。時間を最も効率よく使った人間が勝利する。これも私の言葉だよ。何かミュージックが欲しいな。クリス、お願いできるかい？
はい。
The soft piano melody began to play from the laptop speakers.
これは
先輩、覚えてますか？私と先輩のきっかけの曲ですよ。
She'd never forget. It was what had brought them together a year ago. It was a symbol of their relationship. A year ago, in September of 2009, Kurisu had officially joined the Brain Science Institute. She completed the graduate school's doctorate program in May of that year, and had only turned 17 in July. Maho herself had joined the Brain Science Institute at an extremely young age, but her record had been beaten by quite a lot. Kurisu was a genius. Everyone who met her could tell. Dr. Leskinen had been Kurisu's advisor during the program, so Maho had met her several times, and that was enough to tell her that Kurisu was different. Kurisu never showed off her own talents. Actually, she didn't seem to think of herself as particularly intelligent at all. That actually made it a little hard for the people around her to approach her. Whenever you talked to Kurisu, you were forced to realize that there was a gap between you and her that could never be erased. She learned later from Dr. Luskin that things had been the same in grad school. It was rumored that that was the real reason she came to America from Japan at the age of 11. No matter what she wanted, no matter where she lived, she was cut off from the people around her. That was what it meant to be a genius like her. Since Maho was a girl too and close to her age, she actually considered Kurisu more of a rival. Since they were working in the same field, they were going to be compared and she didn't want to lose. Maybe that was why Maho had never thought of going to talk to her. And Kurisu was so busy learning how to work at the lab, she never come and talk to Maho. But in 2 weeks after Kurisu came to the lab, a certain classical song had changed their relationship forever.
再セット。
There were 2 types of people in the world, those who worked better with music and those who worked better with silence. From a brain science perspective, the idea that you could concentrate better with music was sheer nonsense. Whether you were aware of it or not, the sound was vibrating in your eardrums, and your brain was continually analyzing it. But if there was ever a public debate on a subject, Maho would want to take the first position. Theory and feelings were different. You could concentrate best with music in the background, you could be more creative. There was one condition.
流していて集中できる音楽はモーツァルトが作曲したものに限る。
It doesn't. It's funny because like you could really like. it just depends on if you know the song. If you don't, then don't worry about it. But if if you're over here, oh, lit. Yeah. Anyways, if you're over here listening to March Madness by Future, I can see why you wouldn't be able to concentrate. But also, at the end of the day, like, I could listen to March Madness and still be concentrating. I'm not gonna lie, I could be locked in. But yeah, no. Anyways, where is my super suit? Where is it actually? Where? There you go. All right. Anyways, Maho whispered to herself when she turned to the computer. She'd been running a patch on some equations for 2 full days and it finally completed. Today, she was going to spend the whole day analyzing the output. It was Saturday, so she was the only person in the lab. This is the one day she had this whole huge space to herself. So she decided to play Mozart's 11th Sonata from the speakers, not her headphones. They're gonna hate you. There you go. She didn't intend to pay any attention to the music. This is more like a ritual. Ritual she needed in order to concentrate. It was a warm-up exercise before she could dive into a sea of numbers and equations. Once she dove in, she wouldn't need it anymore, so she simply stopped hearing it. She stopped seeing everything around her too. All she saw were the numbers and the equations. All that was in her head were the numbers and the equations. All that was left was a thinking machine named Maho Hiyasho. Her mind leapt behind the bonds of her physical body, and the speed of her thoughts accelerated towards the infinite. It was time for another fun journey.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear, and Maho jumped out of her chair, lost her balance, and fell. She looked up and saw Kurisu staring down at her, beginning to panic.
すみません。そんなに驚かれるとは思わなくて。
クリス、驚かせないでよ。
何度か呼んだんですけど、聞こえなかったみたいで。
ああ。
Hold on, give me 1 second. Hey, alrighty. Back to it. Back to it. You don't realize YouTube's probably gonna fry me for this one, but oh well. They mute the stream, then they mute the stream. It's whatever. I don't really care. Not gonna care. Maho stood up and sat back in her chair.
ごめんなさい。集中してて聞こえなかったわ。
はい、そうだと思ってました。
Then you should have just let me alone. Maybe Karissa could tell she was singing that because she quickly added.
申し訳ないとは思ったんですが、せっかく休日に先輩とお会いしたわけだし、挨拶しておきたいなって。それにまだ作業を始めたばかりのようでしたから、お邪魔にはならないかなって。
今来たの？
はい、私だけかと思ったから驚きました。
Then Maho realized something was strange.
あなた、今来たって言ったわよね。だったら、なぜ私が作業を始めたばかりだと分かったの？
それは
Karissa put it to the speakers.
まだ第一楽章の頭でしたから。ケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番イチョウチョ、第一楽章。
Good lord, that's the whole name? Alright. K331. Mozart's Piano Sonata Number 11 in A major, the Turkish March. K331 refers to the song's kocho or kohol number, which is a numbering system developed by Ludwig von Kopel for the purpose of indexing all of Mozart's works so that people worldwide can have a standard method of referring to them. Kohol numbers are given in order of the time of the song's creation, but as new works are discovered or it's discovered that a song actually came out in a different year, they are sometimes updated. In the latest version of the Kohol system, the Piano Sonata Number 11 in A major is Kohol K6.3001I. However, the original numbers are popular for many years and are still commonly used today.
あなた、モーツァルト好きなの？
かじった程度です。それにモーツァルト全般というよりはこの曲が好きなんです。世間的にはトルコ行進曲の方が有名ですけど。
There you go. Turkish March, the third movement of Mozart's Piano Sonata Number 11 in A major. This sonata is composed of 3 movements, but the third movement is in particular is exceptionally famous. I actually have heard of the Turkish March before. I just never listened to the song. Because granted, like I don't listen to Mozart. I'm not that type of guy. The Hater's Guide to the World Series. Shout out Urinating Tree. There you go. Where's this video I was trying to find? Guess it'll be over here. Yeah, another line. There you go. There you go. Yeah, alrighty. This sonata is composed of 3 movements, but the third movement in particular is exceptionally famous, and often performed on its own. A normal sonata consists of 4 movements: an allegro, slow movement, such as an andante or an andante, or a largo, a dance movement, and the faster finale. Since the piano sonata only has 3 movements, it violates the standard structure, but this could be considered another example of Mozart's genius. Bro broke the code.
私はこの第一楽章の静かな調べの方が心地いいですね。
私も同意見よ。
You're talking out of your neck.
よかった。私も気合を入れて集中するときは BGM にモーツァルトを流してます。科学者としての発言ではないですけどね。
Maho couldn't help but laugh as she realized Kurisu was saying the same thing she said earlier. In the 2 weeks since Kurisu had joined the team, Maho hadn't been quite sure how to deal with her, but now she wanted to know a little more. So she used the signal her coworkers always used when they wanted to take breaks.
コーヒーでも飲む？
賛成です。先輩にいくつか質問したいこともありますし。
As she watched Kurisu follow her, filled with energy, she was reminded of the pet dog she used to have. But later she would realize that that was one of the things that made Kurisu cute. There's a little jazzy thing going on. Wait, what's going on? She got 2 hot coffees from the lab machine, and 2 of them talked about their research for a while. It must have been a strange sight, 20-year-old Maho and 17-year-old Kurisu debating the latest developments in cerebral physiology while drinking coffee out of paper cups. It's not jazz. I was bugging. Reminds me a bit of Valhalla, honestly. Gotta replay that game. It's been a long time. Actually, how long has it been since I played Valhalla? Has it been a year at this point? Let me see. Live Valhalla. Almost a year. I started playing it in December. Yeah, I started playing it in December. So, yeah. Almost a year. Alright, cerebral physiology. The study of the cerebrum, the part of the brain that controls human and animal actions. In recent years, the field of AI has achieved many things with the technology called neural networks that mimics the structure of the human brain. Because of this, one popular approach has been the use of an information science-based approach towards cerebral physiology. That was a lot of bull. There you go. But the 2 of them realized that since they never had someone of the same sex and age to work with, these conversations were a big help to both of them. Having the older Maho around must have been a particularly big help to Kurisu. Once in a while, Kurisu would still call her senpai, the Japanese word for an upperclassman or more senior colleague.
そういえば、アインシュタインはバイオリンが趣味だったらしいですね。
モーツァルトを尊敬していたようね。モーツァルトを好きになることは由緒正しき科学者の伝統なのかもしれない。
もしそうなら光栄ですね。
After a short debate about their work, the 2 of them talked about Mozart until they finished their coffee. Isn't this cute? Isn't this a cute CG? They made Maho a lot taller than she actually was, I'm not gonna hold you. Because Kurisu's 5'2". Maho's over here looking like she's 5'1". Like, what is this, bro? What is this? Anyways, over here critiquing art like I can draw. After she'd been a real... That's what I deserve. That's what I deserve. After she had a real conversation with Kurisu, Maho realized that she was totally different than her first impression. Every time she spoke, she smiled or pout. It was adorable to watch. The only thing she had in common was that with most people the only thing she had in common with most people her age was her appearance. There you go. She was a genius.
先輩はアインシュタインがあなたにとって死とは何かという質問にどう答えたか知ってます？
いいえ、なんて言ったの？
死とはモーツァルトを聴けなくなることだ。
That means not getting to listen to Mozart anymore. It was a more romantic phrase than she had expected from Einstein. She knew. It's so funny seeing how Kurisu's acting here, you know, respecting Maho as her elder, all that stuff, you know, being good friends. And you see how she acts around Okabe, and it's like, bro, she hates him. She hates him so much that she loves him. There you go.
へえ、知らなかった。アインシュタインがそんなことを言ったのね。
いいえ、言ってません。
え？
ああ、厳密には言っていないことは証明できませんけど、少なくとも記録は残っていないと思います。
どういうこと？
Oh, okay. Kurisu smiled and put her finger to her lips.
昔、日本で発売された本に別の本からの引用としてこの言葉が載っていたんです。けれど、その本には引用元の署名が書かれてなかったし、今に至るまで引用元の本は見つかっていません。
著者がでっち上げたってこと？呆れた話ね。
証明はできませんから断定もできませんけどね。
That was proof.
この言葉、私はとてもアインシュタインらしいロジカルなものだなって思うんです。
ロジカル？
ええ、だって死んだらモーツァルトは聞けなくなりますよね。
そんなの当たり前じゃない。
はい、当たり前なんです。モーツァルトに限らず死んだら何も聞くことはできなくなる。命題は真ですね。
I mean,
Logicalでしょ?
inherently, I guess, right?
あなた面白いわね。知性と幼さが一つの脳の中に同居してる。
幼くなんかないですよ。
ごめんなさい。遅くなったけど改めてよろしくね、クリス。
Maho offered her hand and Kurisu shook it with a smile. Kurisu's hand was warm. She smells nice.
よろしくお願いします、先輩。
If I remember correctly, Okabe said she smells like citrus or something like that. Mozart had brought the two of them together. Kurisu was a child beloved by God. Everyone was amazed and astonished by her unmatched creativity. Everyone including, of course, Maho. Something. Felt like she had to remember something important.
おはようございます。
Someone suddenly whispered in her ear and Maho jumped off the sofa.
クリスの言う通りだったね。
At some point, Dr. Laskinen had picked up the laptop and taken it behind Maho's back. Kurisu was on the screen laughing at her. Maho.
先輩、今集中モードに入ってましたね。教授が何度呼びかけても自分の世界から帰ってこなかったですから。
ああ、すみません。
こんな非常事態でも研究する姿勢は大したものだよ。
Let me see. There you go. The professor put the laptop back on the table and sat on the sofa across from her. Yo, Dr. Luskin's a dickhead, bro. That's crazy. And then they started the meeting. She discussed their future plans with the professor. One of the options that came up was going back to Americano. Something kept bugging Maho the whole time during the meeting. As she was remembering how she met Kurisu, she was also remembering something else. Salieri, Maho's user account name. She picked it a month after Kurisu had died. For some reason, I couldn't stop thinking about it. After she finished her meeting with Dr. Luskin and left the school, she realized that that's why. Okay, she realized that it started to rain.
ああ、やっぱり降ってきちゃったか。日本の天気予報は驚くほど正確ね。桐生さん、どこかお店に入っているのかしら。
She didn't. Just as she went to take out her phone and send a message to her, she got a message of her own from Kurisu. It was fun talking with Sawayama today. Tell me about Okabe next time. I had fun too. And I said this before, but it's not like that. Oh, we're getting mauling, bro. She was about to snap and say something back when she saw Moeka in her field of vision. She opened her folding umbrella and was crouching by the side of the road with her phone out. When Maho approached, she saw a flower blooming between the asphalt and the shrubbery. Moeka was trying to take a picture of it. She wore high heels? Really? That's crazy. Moeka looked up and opened her mouth hesitantly.
ヒヤジョさん
Maho was happy that she said her name.
花取ってたの？
Moeka nodded and looked back toward the ground. There was a tiny flower blooming where the asphalt met the shrubbery. There was no other flower like it in the view. The wind must have brought it here. The flower's color was striking, but something, perhaps the rain, made it look sickly. Moeka took a picture of it. And then another, and another. The umbrella in her hand seemed to be stopping her from taking a good picture.
傘持ってましょうか？
別に
いいからいいから。
That's adorable. This art is really good. Good lord. Maho practically yanked the umbrella out of Moeka's hands.
ありがとう
Maho's a good girl, man. It's
どういたしまして。
just as simple as that. Like, she's generally just a good girl. Moeka used both hands to steady her camera. Then when it came into focus, she pressed the button. A moment later, she stood up satisfied.
うまく撮れたもう大丈夫
ポートレートの準備かしら。
Moeka shook her head.
ヒヤジョさんの写真は撮れない雨降ってきちゃったから風景を撮るのは習慣
写真を撮るのが好きなの？
Moeka shook her head again.
証明今日自分がどこにいたかの証明
Mm-hmm.
証明？
そう
それってどういう？
And then she turned to sound that meant she received a Ryan message.
またクリスからかしら。
私にも来てる
Nope.
フェイリスさんから
フェイリスさん？
Disaster, yeah. Alright, Ferris, let me lock in. The 314th prophecy of Fatima has come to pass, yeah. The hearts of... Alright, Ferris, you gotta lock in. Hold on. What are you talking about? The hearts of men have lost the will to believe, and the seal created by the sacrifice of the ancient Incan civilization has been broken, yeah. It's only a matter of time before the dark god, the master of Pluto, revives. Yo, I love Ferris's nonsense, bro. A dwarf planet discovered in 1930 by astronomer Clyde Tombaugh, or Tombaugh. Tombaugh? I don't know, I'm sorry. For years, it was defined as the ninth planet from the sun, and due to its status as the most distant planet, it often appeared in fiction. However, later developments in astronomy revealed that there were many planets, or many other planets, that were roughly the same size as Pluto, and a fierce debate ensued as to whether they should be counted as well. In the end, the Astronomical Union adopted the term dwarf planet in 2006, and Pluto was classified as one of those. So it's funny because like when I started the school system, it was around like 2008, so I'm like 6 years old. I've always known Pluto to be a dwarf planet. I never knew Pluto as an actual planet, which like most people who grew up before me, like my sister probably knew Pluto as a planet because she's like 7 years older than me or whatever, I think. So she probably did. I gotta ask her about that at some point because that's pretty cool. Not only the Earth, but the whole Galactic Federation is in danger, nya. Summon the House of Lords and the Senate immediately, nya. The president is missing, but I'm sure he's flown off in the Air Force One or something to fight the enemy himself, nya. This is insane. They'll start the ceremony to seal him away once more, nya. I want you to buy time for me until it finishes, nya. Wait, what are you talking about? What? That was a joke, nya. Sorry, but really there is big trouble, nya. What happened? I'll explain later, nya. There's a critical mission I want you to do before you head back to the condo, nya. Both Maho and Moeka looked at each other, confused by Ferris's strange message.
2人ともよく来てくれたにゃ。タイムリミットが迫っているけど、まだ時間は残っているにゃ。準備はできているかにゃ。
できている。
ええ。では始めるにゃ。作戦名は
Slumber
シンデレラ
Party!
たちの秘密の女子会。おねむで思わずドッキリ発言にゃ。
So, this is exactly what I was hoping for. The ultimate and famous Steins Gate Zero slumber party. So popular that they even had it in the show, if I remember correctly. So you have Ferris, you know, her nightgown, adorable, cute. You know, at the end of the day, she's a high schooler, so she's still dressing like how a high schooler normally would. I think honestly the same way my Eri probably does, but yeah, then you have Maho in her pajama PJs, adorable, cute, can't say anything else about it. And you have Moeka in her lingerie, which is insane, by the way, insane. Saw this because like when I watched this game, when I saw LP of this game for the first time from Nico B, this is one of the scenes I saw and I was like, oh shoot, I'm bricked. And it was like, awakened something in me, I don't know. But, yeah, anyways. Just sharing too much. But yeah, I love this scene, it's so adorable. It's so cute.
2人ともどうしたの？テンション低いにゃ。せっかくの女子会なんだからもっと楽しむにゃ。まあいいけどまさか2人にやっておいてほしい重大なミッションが夕飯を抜いておくことだとは思わなかったわ。
The two of them had suddenly gotten a message that Ferris was having a girls' party that night. Ferris had asked them to skip dinner so that they have empty stomachs for the party. Both Maho and Moeka had done so.
さあさあ、何でも好きなものを食べるにゃ。ケーキもアイスもちょっとだけお高めのものを買ってきたにゃ。
I love Ferris, man. She's adorable. Ferris started to rummage through the plastic convenience store bags with a smile. Normally, Ferris acted like she was rich, and in fact, she was rich, so she could have easily purchased the most expensive cake that either of them could have ever tasted. There you go. There you go. She realized that the right cakes and ice cream for a party like this were the ones you got at a convenience store, and she purchased them there without any hesitation. Maho thought that must be one of the reasons why the customers and maids at May Queen admire her so much. She'd been working short-staffed at May Queen since the start of the year, so it had to have been hard, but she wasn't showing any signs of exhaustion at all. Ferris is a tank, man. She's a unit.
マホニャン、どうしたにゃ？
There you go.
フェイリスに惚れちゃったかにゃ。女の子からの求愛はいつでもウェルカムにゃ。
Yeah, because it looks like some
そんなん
pervert.
じゃないわよ。照れることないにゃ。プレゼントも気に入ってくれたようで、フェイリスも嬉しいにゃ。思ってた通り、すっごく似合ってるにゃ。そのパンダパジャマ。
A great choice.
気に入ってるわけじゃないわ。 せっかく用意してくれたものを拒否したら失礼だから。
The hooded panda pajamas that Maho was wearing were a gift from Ferris.
サイズがぴったりなのは別にいいんだけど、どう考えても子供用よねこれ。
マホニャンはお人形さんみたいだからきっと何でも似合うにゃ。
その呼び方はやめてってば。それとお願いだから毎日別の動物パジャマを着せようとか考えないでね。何？
マホニャン、心が読めるのかにゃ。すでに1週間分は用意済みだということをなぜ知っているにゃ。
もう買ってあるの？
Just as Maho was starting to realize that Ferris was just toying with her. Moeka was covering her mouth with her hand and trying not to laugh.
キリュウさん？
もえにゃ。
ごめんなさい。笑うつもりはないんだけど。
Maho saw Moeka smile for the first time, so this is how she smiles.
もえにゃ。その笑顔すごく可愛いにゃ。もっと見せてにゃ。
She's tickling her, right? Yeah, I remember this. Ferris's eyes sparkled in the dim light. Without warning, she leapt upon Moeka and started to tickle her sides.
こちょこちょこちょこちょこちょ。
Moeka was evidently very vulnerable to tickling. She screamed as tears formed in her eyes as she started to gasp for air.
なんかいけないことをしている気分になってくるにゃ。
It's because you are.
そうね。
Ferris backed off as Moeka panted and gasped for breath.
しかしものすごいにゃ。
そうね。
Ferris and Maho looked at each other and spoke.
すごいおっぱいにゃ。
Wow, way to be blunt. I don't need a close-up game, I can see it. Moeka was wearing a crimson baby doll as her pajamas. It was a kind of adult lingerie that you could never imagine a girl like her wearing. Of course, she seemed unaware of this and had seemingly only chosen it because it was easy to move around in. But with Moeka's natural proportions, she ended up looking incredibly seductive. And on top of that, when her massive breast shook as Ferris tickled her, even Maho felt a little strange. That was a really long voice line, good lord. Moeka apologized as she gasped for breath. Maho shook her head to drive away the strange feelings.
まあいいわ。じゃあ女子会とやらを始めましょうか。
はーい。冷やしてあるジュースを持ってくるにゃ。今夜は寝かさないにゃ。
No one gets any sleep was Ferris's idea of a joke. She had to work early next morning. The party lasted exactly 2 hours and they talked the whole time. Actually, Ferris talked the whole time and Maho and Moeka would occasionally answer. At most sleepovers, girls talked about fashion and romance. Maybe, but these girls weren't interested in those things. Instead, they talked about work and their futures. It's fun to see a different side of each other as they spoke. Moeka, for instance.
趣味で小説を書いてるの。
She said she'd been reading one of the web novels that were popular lately and had decided to write one herself. Yeah, she's reading ReZero. And what's more, she said it was a romance with some real steamy scenes. Never mind, it's not ReZero.
読ませてにゃ。
無理。まだ一章も書き終わってないから。
Is she a real freak? Moeka refused, but Ferris and Maho made her promise to let them see it when it was finished. Barris said something surprising too, or had something surprising to
メ
say.
イドを辞めるつもりはないけど結婚にも憧れるにゃ子供がたくさん欲しいにゃ
Aw, Ferris is so sweet. Ferris had lost her family when she was young, so she wanted a big family of her own and as soon as possible. There you go. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There you go. For the last 30 minutes, Ferris talked to Maho into giving a lecture. There you go. Giving a lecture on AI research. There you go. Did I miss anything? Yep, I didn't miss anything. Maho gave a slightly less formal version of the interview she done yesterday. She talked about the framing problem about Amadeus and about a future where AI has surpassed humans. Ferris was interested in more than anime culture. She was into technology and gadgets as well, and she paid close attention to what Maho had to say. But as Maho spoke, she realized that Moeka was starting to look depressed.
キリュウさんどうかした？
眠くなっちゃったかにゃ
そうじゃない。
Alright, 100. Go.
未来が怖いと思って。
未来が怖い？
そう。人工知能の研究が進んで人間より優秀な人工知能が誕生したら仕事を失う人が現れると思う。私もきっとその一人になるかも。それが怖い。
It is also a very real concern. I'm glad I finished this match before I got to this part. So that was it, Maho thought to herself. Maho only lived with Moeka for a few days, but she started to figure out her personality. She was a very pretty girl with amazing proportions and good at her job, but Moeka seemed to think she was worthless. She thought that nobody needed her and that if someone better than her appeared, she would quickly take her place. At the end of the day, I mean, we all saw what happened with her in FB. Like, it's crazy because you look at Tenoji and you see how he treats his daughter, and it's like, you know, he did think of Moeka as another daughter. He did care for her, but it's also like he did use her at the end of the day and manipulate her so much that it ruined her psyche. He legit ruined Moeka for how much he manipulated her as FB, and that's the Alpha World line, but at the end of the day she's still around her as well, so you know that's still going on. But it's just interesting to think about because, like, Moeka's not a bad person. She's just in a bad line of work that gives her purpose. And we see this here, especially here, because in the original, we only saw the bad side. We only saw the bad side of Moeka. We didn't see this side. So I really appreciate this game for giving us this different side, this aspect of Moeka. And once that happened enough that there was no place left where she belonged, then what would happen to her? That scared her.
大丈夫よ、キリュウさん。
そうにゃそんな心配いらないにゃ
私はフェイリーさんやヒアジョーさんのような特別な技術や知識を持っていない。誰でも私の代わりになれる。誰でも私よりうまく働ける。私は二人のように優秀ではないから。
だから何なの？代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの？
マホにゃ
私より優秀な脳科学者はいくらでもいるわ。いつかは 私が発明した人工知能が私よりも優れた論文を書き上げてしまうかもしれない。でもそれが何だっていうの？ビクトル・コンドリア大学のレスキネン研究所の入り口に一番近い机は私の席なの。扉の立て付けが悪くていつも風が吹き込んでくるし、いつも誰かが廊下で喋っているからうるさくてしょうがないけど私の席なの。たとえ宇宙が終わったとしても私はあの席を他の誰かに譲るつもりはないわ。私より優秀な脳科学者や私より優秀な人工知能があの席に座りたがっても譲ってなんかあげるもんですか？人は誰かの代わりなんかにはなれないなんて甘い話をするつもりはないわ。代わりが利かない仕事なんて社会活動の中ではめったにないもの。でもだからって代わってあげる義理なんてないわ。私は私なんだから。
私は私。
それにね、優秀かどうかなんて関係ないのよ。もしフェイリスさんと分子レベルで全く同一の生体ロボットが存在して全く同等もしくはそれ以上の給仕ができるとする。それでも私はフェイリスさんに給仕をお願いするわ。たとえ料金が10倍違っても100倍違ってもロボットに頼もうとは思わない。そこに理由なんてない。私はフェイリスさんが出してくれる紅茶が飲みたいの。つまりはそういうことよ。だから
That voice sounded weird compared to the others. But I was getting so emotional she didn't know what to say next. Arigato. She realized that Moeka and Ferris were staring at her in shock.
ごめんなさい。私ったらついムキになって。
私は私そうなのかも。
Moeka smiled a little. And she hugs her. Yep, I remember this too. The next instant, Ferris was on top of her, squeezing her tight. Ferris was smiling at her with dewy eyes.
感動したにゃ。マホニャンがそこまでフェイリスのことを愛してくれてたにゃんて。その気持ちに応えるにゃ。マホニャンが飲む紅茶は一生フェイリスが入れてあげるにゃ。
That's adorable.
私そういう話してた？
Next few minutes were a struggle to stop Ferris from rubbing her face against her cheek. She really is a cat. It's crazy. You know what's crazy? You forget this game is about Okabe Rentaro. You forget that he's the main character. Oh my gosh.
考えてみると俺、年明けから5日連続で秋葉に来てることになるな。
Stop talking. There you go. Alright, January 1st, December 11th. Easy December. January 1st, 2011. I sighed a little as I got off the train at Akihabara.
考えてみると俺、年明けから5日連続で秋葉に来てることになるな。
Yeah, it was like he was back in his prime. New Year's was our trip to the shrine. Let me see something. Okay, good. Nothing important. It's almost like Goma. Alright, we've been going for 3 hours. You would think that this would be a good spot to stop, but I don't think it is. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't think it is. I got a bit more in me. Again, like this really is a perfect spot to stop right here. But I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna see. New Year's was our trip to the shrine. On the second, I come to deal with the aftermath of that and the world line that changed. On the third, I come to check on Maho and Moeka. On the fourth, that was yesterday, my year had invited me to a New Year's party at Mayqueen. Oh, that's cute. Wish I could have seen that. Hadn't come to a Akihabara every day like this since last summer.
フェリスちゃんどうしたんだろうね。
さあ
Oh,
な
sorry. There you go.
あいつの考えていることはわからん
There was a reason I brought my Yuri to Akihabara. Can you let me read it, please? Like, basically something bad had happened at Ferris's house, so she wanted my help. Okay, the planetary alignment. The name of the phenomenon where planets in the solar system line up in relation to the sun. This can occur anywhere from once every few decades to once in several centuries. The most recent was in 1982, and the next will be in 2161. There is no scientific value to this phenomenon, but it creates ideal conditions for visiting several planets at once. For this reason, it was used in the Voyager project. Since the visual impact is very striking, planetary alignments are very common in works dealing with the occult. The stars become right. The term used to describe a certain stellar alignment in the Cthulhu mythos. When the stars become right, Cthulhu, one of the great old ones, will awaken from his ancient slumber. I don't know how I feel about what's this dude's name? I forgot. The guy that made Cthulhu. Cthulhu creator. H.P. Lovecraft. Man was uber racist. Like uber racist. There you go. Anyways, yeah, Cthulhu. Anyways. I have no idea what this is. An ancient island in the Cthulhu mythos that fell below the sea during an earthquake. Now it is in an undersea city located at 47 9S 12643 West in the South Pacific between New Zealand and the western coast of Chile.
ヒアジョーさんたちに何かあったのか昨日フェイリスと話した時は普段通りに見えたんだが
そんなことないよ。フェリスちゃんこの年末年始はすっごく頑張ってるからかなり疲れてると思う。でもねフェリスちゃんって弱音を吐くことは絶対にないんだ。どんなに大変でもねいつも元気なの。なのに今回は珍しくオカリンに助けを求めてきてよっぽどのことが起きてるんじゃないかな。
Sorry about that. I gotta change the thumbnail once I'm done with this stream because this thumbnail is not fitting for this type of
でも
stream.
ねフェリスちゃんって弱音を吐くことなのに今回は珍しくオカリンに助けを求めてきてるわけでしょ。
We decided to hurry to Ferris's house. I mean, Ferris over exaggerates a lot, but could be serious. Called Ferris's condo from the first floor entrance, but there was no answer. Was Kuroki not in? But at least Maho and Moeka should be.
出ないね。
おかしいな
Ryan. Okay, let me read this. Let me read this. Okay. Ocarine, big trouble, yeah. Tonight, the 32,000th year cycle will complete and the planets shall align and the stars become right, yeah. The last seal will break and he who waits dreaming shall revive and the last continent of... I gotta look up how you pronounce this because I have no idea what this is. Relia? Riley? Or Ryla? Ryla. Relia? Relia, yeah, Relia, okay. Alright, there you go, Relia. And he who waits dreaming shall revive and the lost continent of Relia return, yeah. But anyway, there really is trouble, yeah. I'm really sorry, but come to Ferris's house as soon as you can, yeah. Ferris has to work all day today, so you're the only one I can ask, yeah. You know what I mean when you get here, yeah. Yeah, and invite Mayushi too. Make sure you do, yeah. Thanks. I tried again and this time got a response.
あ、岡部ですが。
はい、お嬢様から伺っております。どうぞ。
Mayuri and I looked at each other, shocked by the tone of his voice. Even when he came to greet us, Kuroki was too exhausted to give his usual elegant welcome.
Okabe sama.
Kuroki called my name weakly, and in the next moment, he collapsed to his knees like a puppet with his strings cut.
黒木さん。
このままでは秋葉家が。
What?
黒木さん、どうしたんですか？
岡部様、今すぐお逃げください。ここにいてはなりません。
何があったんですか？
私にもわかりません。自分で見たものが信じられない。
見た？何を見たんですか？
There you go. Kuroki tried to say something, but then gave up and shook his head. Yeah. And then he slowly raised his arm and pointed at the end of the hallway.
あそこに。
Shout out Kuroki for being a genuine butler, bro. That's where Maho and Moeka were. Something happened to them.
マユリ、黒木さんを頼む。
I left Kuroki to Mayuri's care and I ran to the guest room. The door to the guest room was shut.
さん、桐生萌か、無事か。どっちでもいいから返事をしてくれ。入るぞ。
Scaring the living daylights out of the poor boy.
どうしてこんなことに。
I couldn't believe my eyes. It got worse. The scene was indescribable. The only words I could come up with were a palace of junk. There you go, sorry. I'm just illiterate. There you go. The desk and bed were still where they've been, but everything else had changed. Books, notepads, and other strange objects were piled up to the ceiling in layers. While Mayab started as a temporary pile of books, had become a wall that reached to the top of the room. Walls made of hundreds of books were scattered about the room, forming a small labyrinth. In some places that was so narrow you need to turn sideways to get through. Oh my goodness. The light from the ceiling no longer reached the floor, so small lights had been set up on the top of the carpet. They were like torches in the underground labyrinth. There you go. Strangely, the space wasn't dirty. The result of Maho and Moeka's attempts to maximize their creative output did not mean to do that, but whatever. There you go. The result of Maho and Moeka's attempts to maximize their creative output was the construction of a labyrinth in the guest room. In a sense, it was the highest application of the principles of functional beauty. There you go. But it was still a palace junk. Maho was humming as she typed into her keyboard, and she had a big pair of headphones on. Momoko was kneeling on the carpet with a Lex blade typing into her laptop. There you go. At a low table, she too was wearing headphones. Oh, Okabe-kun. Maho saw me standing in shock at the entrance and took off her headphones.
あら、Okabe-san、こんにちは。
Konnichiwa. Moeka took her headphones off too.
こんにちは。
わ ごい部屋だね。
Mayuri was so astonished she couldn't even think of anything else to say. There you go. Did these two realize how much it took to freak out Mayuri?
二人ともどうかしたの？
どうかしたのじゃないだろう。なんなんだこの部屋は。
部屋？何かおかしいかしら。
何から何までおかしい。一昨日まではこんなじゃなかった。
ああ、そのこと？時間が経てば変わるわよ。物も人も、当然部屋もね。どう？ずっと機能的になってるでしょ？
The fact that Maho didn't seem to find anything wrong with this at all made my head hurt.
探検できそうだね。
For her part, Mayuri was wandering through the labyrinth, excited. There were screens to divide the different parts of the room. The screens were different colored baby doll lingerie. Oh.
これかわいいね。
色を選んで吊るしてる。
ほんとだ。萌香さん、大人っぽい下着たくさん持ってるんだね。
マユリ、すまんが話がこんがらがるからちょっと部屋から出てくれ。
Mayuri, you sweetheart. I tried talking to Maho and Moeka, but couldn't get any useful information. When it came down to it, neither of them understood that this room was as messy as you could get. Everything they needed was always within arm's reach, so the two of them thought of it as a pleasant place to work and live. This is definitely the reason why Ferris had come to me for help and why Kuroki seemed to be on the verge of death. Kuroki, the Akiya family's ultimate butler, had a policy of not letting a single speck of dust exist in a room. These two must have driven him over the edge. That explained the terror in his eyes. There you go. He probably tried to clean the room up when they first started living here. Thinking back, he'd be acting strange when he came here 2 days ago. Poor guy, bro. He's losing his mind.
しかしフェイリスはなぜ俺に助けを求めたんだろう。それにマユリを連れてくるように言った理由も謎だ。
えへへ。それについてはマユシーは理由がひらめいちゃったのです。フェリスちゃんはきっとね、このお部屋をお片付けしてほしいんだよ。だからマユシーがお呼ばれしたの。オカリンだけだったら諦めちゃってたかもしれないでしょ。
She's right. Very right. Yeah, probably. I was looking at an entirely new structure. It wasn't something you could just clean up. There you go. If I come alone, I might just turn tail and run. It would take a team of professional cleaners a full day to clean this thing out. This wouldn't be worth it unless I was getting paid. I wouldn't complain, but I was the one who asked Ferris to let Maho stay here. I had to do it.
今日はこの部屋の片付けだ。文句は言わせないからな。これは家主からのオーダーなんだ。
そうなの？いまいち納得できないけど、まあいいわ。了解よ。
Go ahead. Come on. Go ahead. You're helping. You're crazy.
呼べるだけの知り合いに応援を頼むとして、どこから手をつければいいのやら。
It's funny. The scene was also in the anime.
そうだ。マユシーはね、またひらめいちゃったのです。
Because of this.
お掃除軍曹に手伝ってもらうのはどうかな。
Sergeant
お
Clean.
掃除軍曹。なんだそれは。
お掃除軍曹はね、とっ 部屋が散らかっていれば散らかっているほどファイトが湧いてくるんだって。
知り合いなのか？
オカリンもよーく知ってる人だよ。
Yeah, it definitely is.
俺のよく知ってる人？
Mary brought me to the lab, or more precisely the Brown Tube workshop on the first floor of the building where the lab was. There you go.
なえちゃん、てってるーてってるー。
おお。
オカリンおじさんもこんにちは。
まゆり、もしかしてお前の言うお掃除軍曹というのは苗のことなのか？
あったりー。なえちゃんはね、とってもお掃除が上手なんだ。お店も家もなえちゃんが毎日お片付けしてるんだよね。
そうなのか？
そうだよ。ブラウン管はお父さんが毎日拭いてるけど、他のところは全部私が片付けてるの。
Goodness, I didn't know that. Come to think of it, I never seen any garbage on the floor of the Brown Tube workshop.
別にお父さんが掃除が嫌いってわけじゃないんだよ。私が好きなだけ。
Oh, that's sweet.
ゴミが床に落ちてると片付けなきゃって体が勝手に動いちゃうの。部屋の汚れは心の汚れだってお母さんがいつも言ってたから。
なるほど。しかし
Why
どの
such a
辺
sweet
が
girl?
お掃除軍曹なのか？
Ai's eyes went wide and her face blushed.
マヨリお姉ちゃん、そのことは誰にも言わないでって言ったのに。ごめんね。でもどうしてもお掃除軍曹の力が必要なんだよ。私は軍曹とかそんなんじゃないよ。お掃除している時はほんのちょっと気合が入っちゃうだけだもん。本当だよ。
I looked to be on the verge of tears. Well, a girl her age wouldn't want to be called sergeant, maybe.
ねえ、なえちゃん、どうかな。マユシーたちに力を貸してくれないかな。軍曹ってもう呼ばない？呼ばない。じゃあ、わかった。お掃除やる。猫のお姉ちゃんのお家も行ってみたいし。あ、でも一人は心細いな。
Yeah, we're not sending you alone. What?
大丈夫。みんなで手伝うからね、オカリン。
What do you mean everybody?
そうだな。片っ端から声をかけよう。
じゃあ準備するから待っててね。うちまで帽子取ってくる。
Now I run off toward the station.
帽子？何のことだ？
すぐにわかるよ。
My ears were really about to unleash a demon, bro. It's crazy. 30 minutes later, Kabuki, Kaide, and Daru were the ones to answer my call. They needed that many people, wow. We met up with Nai and headed to the garbage pit that Ferris's condo had become. And then, Sergeant Clean revealed herself.
私が訓練教官の天王寺千人軍曹である。いいか、この部屋が片付くまでお前たちはシャクトリムシさんだ。 地球上で最下等の生命体だ。お前たちは電化製品ではない。掃除機と呼ばれるほどの値打ちもない。葉っぱの上で縮んだり伸びたりするくらいの価値しかない。お前たちは厳しい私を嫌うだろう。だが憎めばそれだけ学ぶ。私は厳しいが公平だ。私の使命はこの部屋をピッカピカにすることだけだ。わかったか、シャクトリムシさんども。
マユリ。
なんだあれは。
なえちゃんはね、お掃除するときはちょっぴり性格が変わるのです。
性格が変わるとかじゃないだろあれ。人格が変わってる。Is it just saying?
小動物系ロリ美少女が本性を表すとド S 軍曹化してバトンプレイしてくれるとか、我々の業界ではご褒美です。
I'm gonna ignore that. Anyways, so it's interesting. I wonder what circumstances led to Mayuri finding out about this personality, like swap up. Like I wonder what could have possibly led to this.
ダル、自重しろよ。
Yeah,
掃除
please,
が終
for
わっ
the
たら
love of God.
急に優しくなってイチャイチャしたがる展開も希望ぬ。部屋の掃除の後はあなたをきれいにしましょうね的な。
誰だ。今なんか気持ち悪いことを言ったのは。
自分であります。
勝手に喋るな。聞かれたらはいかいいえで答えるんだ。それと答えるときには頭とお尻になえ様とつけろ。わかったか。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。
I remember this actually.
リアル幼女から罵倒のシャワーを浴びせてもらえるなんて今日はついてる。
何をニヤニヤしている。
I'm actually.
今からお前を
Wow.
微笑みクマさんと呼ぶ。
Mr. Smiley Bear. I remember that actually. Oh man, that's funny. Mr. Smiley Bear. You should call him Mr. Pedophile, but shoot, whatever, man. Wherever floats your boat, man.
なえ様、はい、なえ様。
Straight weirdo, man. Straight disgusting weirdo. Nasty. Nasty.
嬉しいか、微笑みクマさん。
Do you like tending Mr.
なえ様、
Smiley Bear?
はい、なえ様。どうでもいいけどこのなえ様、はい、なえ様って言いにくいよ。
何？文句があるのか、微笑みクマさん。
Mr. Smiley Bear
なえ
still
様、
fries
いい
me.
え、なえ様。
バカにしているのか、微笑みクマさん。
なえ様、いいえ、なえ様。
よろしい、微笑みクマさん。30秒以内に廊下の雑巾がけ10往復だ。
30
さっさと
seconds?
始めろ。ほら、1、2、3。
なえ様、はい、なえ様。もっと罵ってください。
一人だけ大喜びなやつがいるな。
No, keep him away from her, man.
今日
Please, for the love
ゆ
of
きさん
God.
が来れなくて正解だったかもしれないね。
Kairi and Fubuki happened to be in Akihabara, so they had to offer help, but Yuki had work and couldn't make it. For the sake of the Hashida family's future, I was glad. Yes, please. Maho and Moa had already given up on trying to match Nai's high energy and were taking their time washing the windows on the veranda.
よし、次。そっちの美人のお姉さんたち。
私美人？やっぱり？
なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。
私たち呼ばれてきただけなんだけど。
そうなの、そうなの。どういう状況なのこれ。質問をしているのは私だ。私が聞いた質問に答
苗様、はい苗様。
Poor Kaede.
もう一度聞くぞ。なぜ我が隊に志願したのか言ってみろ。苗様、掃除をするためです。苗様。なら気合を入れろ。苗様、はい苗様。
Fuku's really getting into this. Cool. Let me see your
さ
clean
あ行くよ
face.
楓ちゃん。ちょっと本当掃除は地獄だぜ。吹雪ちゃんもノリノリだね。
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
来島さんは相当困ってるみたいだが、
そこの二人何をおしゃべりしている。さっさとこのそびえ立つ黒くてぶっといやつを下のゴミ捨て場に持っていけ。
そびえ立つ黒くてなんだって
What is she
そ
talking
この
about?
ゴミ袋のことだよ。
Oh,
そうだよね。
what would you call it that? What?
そうだぞ。さっさと運べ。苗様、はい苗様。
苗様、はい苗様。
That's not too
ふ
excited
ざ
now,
ける
man.
な。聞こえないぞ。それで部屋をきれいにできると思っているのか。気合を入れろ。大声出せ。苗
Oh
様、
my gosh. It's wild, man. This route.
全員おバカな顔を晒している暇があったら一個でも多くゴミを拾え。
His route has some of the craziest like scenes in the entire game. It's insane. It's actually crazy.
苗様、はい苗様。それが終わったら家中のドアノブをピッカピカに磨かせてやるぞ。
苗様、はい苗様。
泣いたり笑ったりできなくなるまでテーブルを磨き上げるんだ。光栄に思え。苗様、はい苗様。
Cleaning minute personnel, huh? Wow. And so the sergeant kept us cleaning until late into the night. Poor Nai.
今日は本当に助かったにゃ。フェリスは大感激にゃ。
一時はどうなることかと思いましたが、皆様のおかげで立ち直れました。今日は腕によりをかけて料理を作りましたので、心ゆくまでお楽しみください。
乾杯の温度は本日のヒーローであるナイニャンにお願いするにゃ。私？
適任だぞ軍曹。
おかりんおじさん、それ言わないって約束したでしょ。まあまあお願いするにゃん。はい今日はお掃除を手伝ってくれてありがとうございました。乾杯。乾杯。
Look at this. Took about half a day, but with Nai's help, we finished the cleaning. When Kuroki saw the clean room, he recovered and made us a huge dinner. What's for dinner? Nai had seemed like a totally different person during the cleaning, but now she was back to normal. She was holding a cup filled with orange juice in both hands and happily talking to Kaede. That's cute. I honestly, I can see that. I can see that.
楓お姉ちゃんピアノ弾けるの？すごい。そんなことないよ。どちらかっていうと私は音楽史の方に興味があるの。ピアノはそれこそ弾けるだけって程度だから。そんなことないよ。すごいよ。
Kaide's modesty was only sitting off Nai even more.
楓ちゃん、ナイ様のために一曲弾いてあげたら？そこにピアノもあるしさ。
A small upright piano was in the corner of the living room. It was perfect.
じゃないよ。
フェイリスはピアノ弾かないから使ってくれたらピアノも喜ぶにゃ。
もちろん調律は欠かしておりません。
Because he's the goat, the greatest to ever do it.
困
Like,
ったな。じゃあ一曲だけね。
Kade sat in front of the piano and lifted the cover over the keys.
何にしようかな。
She seemed happy as she stared at the keys and thought.
これだったらライちゃんも知ってるかな。知ってる。トルコ行進曲。
Wow, wow, okay.
正解。
That I recognized it, but I didn't know the name. I guess, to be fair, since they've said the name already before, it would make sense for it to be something like that. Her 10 fingers dance, because we both knew it was going to be Mozart, but yeah. Her 10 fingers danced between the black and ivory keys, and cheerful melody filled the room. Said, "Oh, I'm not good enough to play for people." Cap. Anyways. She'd been very modest, but it was clear that she had a lot of talent, I was going to say. Very, very modest. Almost to a fault. As the song played on, the rest of the group stopped talking and moved to the chairs and sofas around the piano. And then, Mahonyo, Maho, who had been sitting next to me, suddenly stood up. Sound echoed throughout the room a little louder than she thought it would.
ごめんなさい。気にしないでください。みんなもおしゃべりしてていいからね。
ヒヤジョーさん、どうかしたのか？
いえ、大したことじゃないの。仕事の電話があったのを忘れていて、それを思い出しただけ。ごめんなさい、ちょっと電話してくる。
Maho quickly left the room, because he quietly left the room. I felt like something was strange. I thought for a moment and then suddenly looked to where she was sitting. Maho's phone was still on the seat, so she wasn't making a call after all. I was a little worried, so I took her phone and left the living room. The door to the guest room was open. I peeked inside and saw that Maho was standing in the middle of the room with the lights off.
入っていいか？
She didn't tell me no, so I went inside and put the phone on the desk.
椅子に忘れてたよ。これがないと電話はかけられないだろ。
ありがとう。持ってこなかったことすら気づかなかったわ。よほど動転してしまったのね。
動転？なんなら話し相手になるぞ。
そうね。特にどうって話でもないんだけど、聞いてもらった方が私もすっきりできるかも。さっきのピアノの曲、タイトル覚えてる？
トルコ行進曲だろ？
そう、モーツァルトの曲よ。正確にはケッヘル331、モーツァルトピアノソナタ第11番第3楽章。ピアノソナタ第11番は全3楽章構成で、その中でも第3楽章にあたるトルコ行進曲がとても有名なの。だけど私はどちらかというと第1楽章の静かなメロディーの方が好き。クリスも同じことを言っていた。
それをね、思い出したの。岡部さん、アマデウスっていう映画知ってる？
I wasn't sure how to handle the sudden change of
あら
subject.
すじくらいなら、モーツァルトの才能に嫉妬した音楽家の話だろ。
そう、アントニオ・サリエリ。映画ではボルフガング・アマデウス・モーツァルトによって人生を狂わされた男として描かれている。音楽家としての成功を約束されていたはずなのに、モーツァルトが持つ天賦の際に嫉妬し絶望してしまう。自由奔放のモーツァルトの修行にみんなが眉を潜める中、サリエリだけは彼の才能を見抜いていた。それこそアマデウスという名前の通り、神に愛されたとしか言いようがないその才能をね。サリエリは努力家だったわ。そんな彼には生まれ持った際で世間からもてはやされるモーツァルトが我慢できなかった。そしてついにはモーツァルトを追い詰めてしまう。
追い詰める？
モーツァルトを生き急がせて結果的に死に追いやってしまうの。
映画の話だろ。
私も詳しくは知らないけど、でもモーツァルトの死には不審な点があるし、毒殺の可能性もあったっていう話は聞いたことがある。毒を持った犯人がサリエリかもしれないってこともね。クリスが亡くなった1ヶ月後くらいに大学のネットワークが刷新されることになったの。
Mahou jumped to another subject again.
それで署員は全員新しいユーザー名を決めることになった。私は特に考えもなくサリエリにした。人工知能のアマデウスと対比としてね。
I knew that I seen. There you go. Sorry. I knew that I seen her log in once in Waco City's offices.
けれどもしかしたら違うのかもしれない。
違う？何が？
私はアマデウスじゃなくてクリス自身との対比として自分にサリエリと名付けたのかもしれない。私にとってクリスはアマデウスだった。
In other words, Mahou recognized Curious' talents more than anyone, and at the same time, she was more jealous of her than anyone else in the world. Just like Salieri.
ヒアジョさん。
I didn't know what to say. I could see Mahou's shoulders shaking a little. And then... Both Mahou and I turned in the direction of the noise. Moika was standing outside the door looking troubled.
ごめんなさい。
いいのよ、気にしないで。どうかしたのかしら。
天王寺さんをそろそろ帰らせないと。
そうだな。俺が送っていくよ。ちょっと待っててくれ。
ヒアジョさん、大丈夫？
え？
辛そうな顔をしているから。
ええ、大丈夫。こんなに体を動かしたの久しぶりだからちょっと疲れちゃったのかも。
そう、それならいいけど。それじゃ。
Moika went back to the living room. I was surprised. I've never seen Moika talk so much before. I never see her talk that much in any world line, actually. And what's more, she would able to read Maho's expression and even worry about her. Maybe living with Maho was having an effect on her.
ごめんなさい、岡部さん。さっきの話は忘れて。
ああ、わかった。
聞いてくれてありがとう。
これぐらいでよければいつでも。
Maho smiled a little and left the room.
まゆりお姉ちゃん、次はあのお店まで。うん、じゃあ行くよ。よーい。
Yo, we gotta bring this girl home. What are you doing?
私の勝ち。はあ、負けた。なえちゃんはかけっこ早いね。
二人とも暗いから走ると危ないぞ。
大丈夫だよ。ねえ。ねえ。
You mean right? Yeah, I'm gonna flip out. Alright, it was getting late, so cleaning party ended as soon as Nai left. It was Mayuri and I who'd gone to get Sergeant Clean's house, so we were responsible for getting her back to the Brown Tube workshop. Oddly enough, Maho said that she wanted to take a walk and came along with. Really? Huh.
じゃあ次はあそこのお店の前ね。
There you go.
よーし、まゆし、今度は負けないぞ。よーい、スタート。
She's adorable. Oh my gosh.
やれやれ。
Yada yada doesn't. I was more excited than usual. It was because all the praise that everyone has showered on Sergeant Clean.
どうかしたか？
いいえ、岡部さんのそういう顔初めて見たかもと思って。
どういう顔だ？
なんていうのかしら。緊張してない、リラックスしてる。初めて会った時からあなたは常に意識を張り詰めているような感じがしたから。
そうかな。
That's because he is.
自分では意識してなかったよ。
At this time of night, most shops off the main road in Akihabara were starting to close, and there was no one around at all. Only ones walking down the alley at this hour were us four. Would you believe me if I told you this is actually not the main route, and this is just a normal ending? Like, we're in an ending path right now. This is not what's actually supposed to happen. I'm not gonna spoil why, but like, a lot of the pressure, right? A lot of the pressure disappeared, and we're just living life. We're just going through the what's it called right now. And granted, I forgot, like, this ending is kind of long, like. But yeah, anyways, I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, looked up and I could just barely see the stars past the clear winter sky.
なあ、冷や嬢さん。俺は君に言わなきゃならないことがあるんだ。クリスのことで。
Cut the goofy music. Yeah, cut the goofy music.
クリスは。
Just as I was about to tell her, I could see Nai run across an intersection. Suddenly, a black van with its headlights off leapt out of the side street and almost ran over Nai. Nai just barely avoided being run over, but she fell butt first on the ground. Mayuri ran over to her. I warned you. Went to run over to Nai and realized that something was wrong. Yep, the black van's door opened and 3 people got out. 2 were wearing masks and 1 was wearing a full face helmet. All of them had guns. They were speaking in English. The time and place were different. But this is the same thing I'd seen before.
なんで
The flashback froze me in place. The people with guns ignored my Yuri and Nai. They came straight for me and Maho. I decided to be the one. They had to be the one after us. After one of us. I forced myself out of the flashback and grabbed Maho's arm, trying to force her to run. I pushed her hard. Maho had a look of terror and confusion on her face, but she did what I told her and started to run. That way, I just gotta listen, like... She ran down a narrow alleyway and vanished from sight. The attackers seemed to be after Maho, not me. They tried to follow her down the alleyway, but I quickly threw myself in between them. Heard gunshots echo in the dark alleyway and my Yuri and I screamed. Did they shoot? The attacker in the full-face helmet had fired a warning shot into the sky, it looked like. Firing a gun on Tokyo Street was sure to get the police's attention. Did they just not care? Yeah, no, they do not care at all. I looked closer and realized that in addition to the black helmet, they were wearing a black motorcycle suit. There you go. At a glance, I could tell the wearer was a woman. Yeah, I wonder why. A woman. The black face mask kept me from seeing her face, but... There you go. Was it Moeka? No, that was impossible. She should be at Ferris's right now. The woman stood in front of me without a word.
狙いはヒアジョーさんかも。
There you go. If they were after Maho, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to let her escape or not. The woman in the motorcycle suit kept her gaze locked onto me at all times as she gave the other two men hand signals. They headed for the alleyway that Maho had used with their guns at the ready. I yelled. There you go. But I hesitated to do anything more. Those bulky guys would catch up with Maho almost immediately, but I resisted. I put not only my own life in danger, but my Yuri's and Nai's as well. Damn it. Please get away, Maho. I prayed as I watched the attackers run down the alleyway. Suddenly, one of them came flying back out of the alleyway. The other one was crawling backwards with his gaze locked whatever lurked in the alley's rear, as if he'd run into a bear. Someone was in that alley. Who? Suzuha?
おい、こいつは一体どんな状況だ?
Shoot, boss man, I wish I knew. Excuse me. There you go. A large muscular man appeared from the alleyway. It was Yuga Tenoji. He had come all the way from the Had he come all the way from the shop?
前が遅いから迎えに来てみれば。おめえら、俺の娘に手を出しやがったな。ただで済むと思うなよ。
I could hear the woman in the motorcycle suit shout within her helmet. She must have been using a radio. It was the order to retreat. She made a fast call. She was probably a professional. The van started to pull away with its door still open. The driver must have still been inside. Yuri and I were both still sitting on the ground, but evidently they were okay. The woman in the motorcycle suit turned around and tried to escape using another alleyway. I chased after her, but she suddenly spun and hit me with the stock of her gun. Oh goodness, good lord. Yeah, no, don't even try it, dog. It's not worth it. It was so sudden I didn't have a chance to dodge, so I took the blow right on my jaw. Oh my gosh. I fell to the ground. I couldn't move. I just hope Maho made it out okay. That was my only thought before I passed out. Now we're on Maho's perspective, yep. She's beating the ground, bro. Oh my goodness. Maho just kept running. She had no idea what was actually going on, but from the way Okabe had been acting and the gunshot she'd heard, something really bad was going on. She prayed for Okabe and Mayuri's safety as she ran towards Ferris's condo. If she could just get there, she could find Ferris, Kuroki, and Moeka. Maybe they could do something. But just before she reached the building, she saw a black van from before coming down the street. She quickly turned around. She was starting to lose hope. The van was still moving around. Had Okabe and the others been captured? And now they were looking for her. Poor Maho. Her trip to Japan is terrible. She felt herself starting to cry as she raced for the station. But she didn't know what to do when she got to the station. She needed to find the police, but she didn't know where the police station or police boxes were. She asked one of the people around and the staff for help. Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and she needed to calm it down. And then she realized. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really surprised she did it. She searched the pockets of her clothes for her smartphone, and then just in case she checked her bag. But she couldn't find it in either place. Remember, she left it up in her room. They were back. It was the same black van. It was driving all around this area searching for her. She quickly hid behind a nearby coin-operated locker. Making my phone go. Did she drop it when she was running? She retraced her steps before she left. Yep. And as she realized, she'd be talking with Okabe just before she left the condo. She left it in her room. After she lied about having to make a phone call, Okabe had brought her phone. And as she left it on the desk. Yep, see? It was probably still there. A real tragedy. A real tragedy. There you go. Maybe she should run into one of the stores. Several of them are still open. The best option would probably be to get to the station or Yodobashi. But the problem was the black van. It was still going around looking for her. There you go. If she moved, it might find her. She tried to make herself as small as possible and hide behind a telephone pole. It would work. It would. Nope. It just didn't work here. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and across her mouth. Someone had grabbed her from behind. She tried to yell or rip it off, but the hand wouldn't move at all. She couldn't even move her head. All she could tell was that it was a man's hand. Maho was starting to get ticked off at how ridiculous all this was. She summoned every ounce of strength she could muster and slammed her elbow into the man behind her.
Oops.
Guess who it is? She heard a small scream and she was finally released. But she thought she knew that scream.
教授
Uh-huh. The professor. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, nothing important. Where? Here it is. 4 hours. Going for 4 hours strong. There you go. Alright, let's keep going.
Shh.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, Maho.
It was Dr. Leskinen. He was holding his solar plexus as if in great pain, but he smiled at her.
護身術を身につけているとは感心だね。
どうしてこんなとこに
多分君と同じ理由さ。ミスター・イザキとさっきまでディナーを楽しんでいたんだ。最後にメイドバーに行こうとしたところで銃を持った連中に襲われたんだ。
私もそうなんです。
やっぱりか。これはギャス漏れ事故もホテルが荒らされたのも同じ理由と考えて良さそうだね。
狙いはアマデウスかもしれません。私が持っている制御コードを含めて。
なるほど。
これからどうしましょう。
He thought for a moment as he caught his breath. Evidently the pain from Maho's elbow was receding.
今、エムデウスにはアクセスできるかい？
できません。スマホを置いてきてしまって。
OK。ならばオフィスに行こう。
新しい方のオフィスですか？
Leskinen nodded.
目的が分からず動きようがなかったが、連中の狙いがエムデウスなのであれば話は早い。大学のネットワークストレージ上に残っているエムデウスへの接続プログラムを消去する。それが終わり次第、ステートへ帰ろう。君を保護してもらう。それで連中は手も足も出ないはずさ。
でも
何か問題があるかね？
The professor's attitude was a little different from usual, and Maho found herself unable to say a word. His plan was the best she could think of. They would delete the only way to access Amadeus from within Japan and then get Maho and her control keys to safety. The only reason she was hesitating was simple sentimentality. She hadn't been here long, but she enjoyed spending time with Okabe and Moeka. She didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, but she couldn't help it.
わかりました。行きましょう。
There was no one in the Tokyo Denki University office. She worried that her attackers might be waiting for her, but evidently she'd been worried over nothing.
We did it! どうやら先回りはされていなかったようだね。どうかしてたかい？
あ、いえ、そうですね。幸運です。
They've been very lucky. So lucky, in fact, she was actually feeling really nervous. If they were after Amadeus, wouldn't they have come here first? This was only a temporary office they had been picked that had been picked a few days ago. They didn't know about it yet.
考えすぎは良くないわね。
マホ、急ごう。作業を頼むよ。
はい。
Yeah, she quickly booted up her laptop and opened the login screen. Once again, her mind was drawn to the account name on the screen, Salieri.
魔法
The professor noticed her hand stopped and urged her on.
作業が難しいなら私がやるか
He must have thought she was still upset over the attack.
すみません、つい考え事を。ここ数日、私とクリスとの関係について考えていたんです。
As she typed out the keys, she explained things to Dr. Leskinen.
自分のユーザー名を見たら、それを思い出してしまって。私にとって彼女は文字通りアマデウスでした。
クリスがモーツァルああ、それはつまり魔法はクリスに対してのサリエリだったという話か。
ええ。
それで思い出したよ。クリスも以前同じことを言っていたんだ。
え、クリスがどんな風に？
ある日、エムデウスとは神に愛された子という意味だと聞いた私はクリスにこう言ったのさ。君はまさにエムデウスだねと。そしたら彼女は微笑んでこう答えた。
私がアマデウスだとしたら、サリエリは真帆先輩ですね。
クリスがそう言ってたんですか。
I don't know if that'd make her feel better at all. Honestly, I think that actually make her feel worse. Maho's mind went blank. Kurisu had said that. What does she mean?
魔法大丈夫かい
Yeah, no, that made her
顔
feel
色が
worse.
悪いが。
いえ、大丈夫です。作業を続けます。
Maho felt a tempest raging within her mind, but for now she needed to focus on the work in front of her. She could focus later.
ログインできました。いいんですね。
Maho didn't look up from the screen.
ああ、
Dr. Luskin didn't hesitate at all.
別にエムデウスの本体を消去するわけじゃない。サクッと済ませてしまおう。
わかりました。アマデウスシステムへの接続プログラムを一時的に全て消去します。
その必要はないわ。
え？
She heard a voice in the entrance to the room and then a bang. By the time Maho looked up, it was all over. Dr. Luskin was lying on a sofa. He wasn't moving at all. She could see a blood stain spreading over his clothes. She didn't need to check. He was dead.
なんてことを。
動かないで。
レイエス教授。
お久しぶりね、魔法。
どうして？
話すと長くなるし、話すつもりもないわ。すべてを知ってしまったら、あなたを殺すしかなくなってしまうもの。
Dr. Reyes pointed the gun at Maho and smiled.
今の言葉の意味、わかるわよね。
私が殺されずに済む方法があるってことよね。
頭のいい子は好きよ。
The system finally booted and Kurisu appeared on the screen. That's so funny. Look at the not the Mac, excuse me. Yeah, no, the Mac layout, the old Mac layout if I remember correctly. I think they have a new layout now, but I don't use Mac, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Alrighty.
先輩どうしたんです？
Amadeus Kurose was extremely perceptive. She could tell that something was wrong just by looking at Maho's face. Dr. Reyes smiled silently. Maho kept staring at the gun as she answered.
今大ピンチ中。
その子に今の状況を教えてあげなさいよ。
え、その声レイエス教授ですか？
ええ、そうよ。
Maho spun a laptop around on a table so that Amadeus could see the entrance.
レイエス教授、その銃は。
レスキネン教授が殺されたわ。この女にね。
そんな。
Amadeus Kurose was too shocked to speak.
レイエス教授、自分が何をやっているのか分かっているの？あなたのこれまでのキャリアが無に帰すのよ。
大学の給料では老後が心配なの。ほら、私って男運がないから。だからもっと稼げるところに転職したってわけ。
That was enough for Maho to understand what Reyes was after.
あなたアマデウスを軍事転用するつもりなのね。
答えないわよ。言ったでしょ。全てを知ったらあなたを殺さなければならなくなる。
レスキネン教授を殺しておきながらよくもそんなことが言えるわね。
必要なのは制御コードよ。今の状態ではたとえデータを丸ごとコピーしたとしてもこの生意気な AI は私の言うことを聞いたりしないでしょ。
生意気？それ私のことですか？
これでもマイルドに表現したつもりよ。さあマホ、クリスが隠し持っている秘密の日記の鍵を開けなさい。わかるわよね。制御コードを入力するのよ。アマデウスの不可侵領域ストレージのロック、それを解除して私を管理者として再設定するの。そこまでやってくれたらあとはこっちで何とかするわ。
断ったら
今すぐに恩師に再会させてあげる。
I forgot just how evil she actually was. Even Leskinen wasn't this bad. Reyes would wait the gun a little from side to side and point it to Dr. Leskinen's body on the sofa.
私が制御コードを打ち込んだ直後にその引き金が引かれないという保証は誰がしてくれるの？
信頼してもらうしかないわね。ただこういう言い方ならできる。今の私のボスはアマデウスのメンテナーを必要としている。あなたが転職するつもりがあるなら紹介してあげてもいいわ。
Maho glanced back at the laptop. Amadeus Kurose was staring at her worried.
先輩。
さあ早くなさい。
先輩。
分かったわ。
先輩。
クリス、ごめんなさい。
Maho closed her eyes and started to sing.
ラララララララララララララララ。
わあ、アマデウスの制御コードがモーツァルトのメロディーだなんてずいぶん洒落てるじゃない。
How does everybody know this melody, bro? Oh my goodness. happened as soon as she finished singing. The expression disappeared from Curtis's face, and the background on the display turned red.
正門確認完了。最高管理権限保持者比谷城真帆です。受信したメロディーコードをデータベースと照合します。照合確認完了。
I think I
当該
remember
メロディ
this.
ーコードは
I think I remember
第
this.
555バッチコマンドの起動命令です。第555バッチコマンドは最高権利権限保持者によるパスコード入力を必要とします。入力確認完了。強制コード介入によりパスコード入力を省略して本バッチコマンドを起動します。起動確認完了。本バッチコマンドはアマデウスシステムの不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除およびそれに伴う最高管理権限保持者の再設定を行うものです。処理を続行します。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続を遮断します。遮断確認完了。この端末を除くすべてのアマデウスに対する接続は遮断されました。処理を続行します。現在実行中の全機能を停止します。A 点神経サーキットロジックの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。
It's a whole lot of jargon, I'm not gonna lie to you. Alright, A10 nerves. An A10 nerve is a type of dopaminergic neuron. That is a neuron that emits dopamine as a neurotransmitter. Dopaminergic neurons in mammals are dividing into groups from A8 to A13. And A10 nerves are responsible for sending dopamine from the ventral tegmentum in the midbrain to the cerebral cortex. Dopamine is a pleasure hormone that's sometimes called a natural drug. When a human being feels satisfied, dopamine is emitted from the A10 nerves and they feel pleasure.
大脳前皮質エミュレーションコンポーネントの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。会話妨害ニューラルネットサブシステムの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。疑似視覚神経回路第1第2システムの機能を停止します。停止確認完了。疑似聴覚神経回路システムの機能を停止します。
Amadeus Kurusu read the messages in an emotionless voice at the same time as they flashed right across the screen.
検査確認完了。アマデウスコアフレームワークの再起動準備が完了しました。処理を続行します。次に新たな最高管理権限保持者の認証を開始します。入力をお願いします。
Wow, look, that Reyes.
私よ。
正門確認完了。ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属ジュディ・レイエス教授です。新たな最高管理権限保持者として登録します。登録確認完了。管理者権限が更新されました。これより不可侵領域ストレージロックの強制解除を行うためアマデウスシステムの更新を開始します。警告します。更新が完了するまで全てのアクセスは自動的に拒否されます。警告します。更新を途中でキャンセルすることはできません。警告します。更新が完了するまでには約15分必要です。警告します。更新が完了した後システムは自動的に再起動します。警告は以上です。処理を続行します。確認事項は以上です。処理を続行します。アマデウスシステムを更新するためのすべての準備が整いました。最高管理権限保持者による開始実行指示をお願いします。
Wow, they put a lot of just straight jargon at the end here.
Go.
There
実
you
行
go.
指示確認完了。カウントダウン開始。
15 minutes. Amadeus Karasu disappeared from the screen and was replaced with a timer reading 15. Maho sighed and sank into the sofa.
ご苦労様。
She felt something cold and hard at her temple. She didn't need to look to see what it was. Reyes was pointing a gun at her.
キーボードから手を離して顔の高さまで上げなさい。
騙したのね。
人聞きの悪いこと言わないでよ。ほら、さっさと手を上げて。
Maho slowly raised her hands above her head as she was told.
そう、それでいい。約束通りボスには紹介するわよ。アマデウスのメンテナーに最適なとても優秀な科学者がいるってね。そしたらボスはきっとこう言うわ。おいおいジュディ、いくらその人が優秀でも死人はコードをかけないだろってね。
この人の良心というものがないの？
大した価値もない自身の命と引き換えにアマデウスを差し出そうとしたあんたに言われたくないわね。違った。もう差し出しちゃったのよね。再起動後のアマデウスの管理権限は私にある。クリスは私の従順なしもべと化す。魔法クリスが私の靴を喜んで舐める姿を天国でのんびり眺めてなさい。
It was all over then. Maho slowly closed her eyes.
さあ、祈りなさい。
Maho squeezed her eyes tight and prayed.
お願い、神様。この後に及んで神頼みなんて起こるでしょうけど、私にチャンスをください。
And then, guess who's here? She heard the sound of a door being flung open and opened her eyes. That door led out to the hallway. The door that led out to the hallway was now open, but no one was coming in.
誰も入るなと言ったはずよ。
She don't know. Reyes was angry, but there was no answer.
Huh?
Reyes raised the gun at Maho's temple just a little bit, suspicious. Then something came flying in from the hallway. She took a step back without thinking, but there was no sign of it exploding.
何これ。
It was large, dark green and shaped like a tank for carrying liquids. Maho thought she'd seen it before. It had been in the corner of that lab.
対戦車時代。いえ、レプリカね。なんでこんなものが。
She's not ready. She doesn't know. Mode snake. Mode snake. Next instant, white fog poured out of it and she couldn't see anything.
なんなの？どうなってるの？
Someone appeared right in front of Maho.
こっち。
Yep.
桐生さん。
Mode snake. Maho could drag Maho through the fog and out of the room. When she was finally able to see again, she could hardly believe her eyes.
人が。
There were men with guns lying on the floor, but they were the Reyes. She took a closer look and realized that their outfits were similar to those of the men in the van.
大丈夫。スタンさせただけ。あなた、一体。説明している暇はない。今は逃げることだけを考えて。こっち、エレベーターは停止させてる。階段で降りる。待って。
Maho ran after Moeka.
どうしてここに？岡部君に聞いた。無事なの？
As they ran down the hallway, Moeka turned around and nodded slightly.
岡部君経由でアマデウスから連絡が。ヒアジョーさんがここにいることを教えてくれた。クリスが。
Just before they could run down the stairs, Moeka suddenly stopped. Maho barely avoided tripping as she quickly came to a halt. There were several footsteps coming up the stairs. Deafening noise erupted as the wall above the stairs was filled with holes. They had been shot at, and those weren't ordinary guns. They were automatic weapons. Moeka readied her own weapon, preparing to fight. She leaned out for just a moment and fired. A counterattack came from above, or from below. Moeka yelled as she fired short bursts down the stairs. Oh wow. It's a pistol. Moeka drew a handgun from her belt and offered it to Maho. Moeka pressed the gun into Maho's hands and kept firing. It felt heavy. It was a Colt government model. She fired it many times at the range. A single-action semi-automatic pistol created by the government weapons manufacturing company Colt. It gets its name from so-called government model civilian version of the U.S. military's former official handgun, the M1911. It was first adopted by the U.S. military in 1911 and over the past century has seen countless variations. It is the weapon of choice for shooters all over the world. She held the grip with her right hand and flipped off the safety with her left, and she tried to pull back to slide, and then realized that her hands were shaking. It was not good. She was too scared to shoot. She knew it was pathetic, but she lowered the arm that she was holding the gun. It was kill or be killed right now. She knew that, but she still couldn't do it. Sorry. She wasn't brave enough to point a gun at someone. She didn't want to survive that badly. She didn't shoot anybody. She never had the chance to hold a gun. But she was facing death. Did she still try to survive? Oh, she meant Amadeus. did she do? No, she meant. I'm bugged out. I'm so tired. She meant Kurisu when she was dying. Poor Kurisu. When she was facing death, did she still try to survive? Did she do whatever she could think of to clean her life? Well, I was sure that she did. The Makise Kurisu that she knew wouldn't have given up until the very end. But then why wasn't she still alive? It was something Maho had never thought about. And if Kurisu couldn't avoid death, how could she? She didn't mean for Moeka to hear her. She just wanted to put on a brave face at the very end. At the very least, when Dr. Reyes found her cold body, she could greet her with a smile. The gunfire stopped suddenly. Moeka was hiding and swapping out a cartridge. She glanced over at her.
違う。サリエリは嫉妬なんかしていなかった。才能を持った人が自分以上の才能を持った人を尊敬することは可能。それはヒアジョーさんも同じはず。サリエリがモーツァルトを毒殺したエピソードだって当時の噂でしかない。映画はその噂を脚色したもの。来島さんがそう言ってた。
どうしてあなた？
ヒアジョーさんが 岡部君と話していたのを聞いて知りたくなった。サリエリがモーツァルトを殺したいほど憎んでいたのか。でも
サリエリはモーツァルトに嫉妬なんかしていなかったと思いますよ。例えばモーツァルトが亡くなる2ヶ月前に書いた手紙が残っています。そこでサリエリはモーツァルトから招待された魔敵のオペラを大絶賛しているんです。2人はお互いのことをとても尊敬し合っていたんですよ。
モーツァルトもサリエリを尊敬。クリスはそれを知っていたのかしら。クリスが私のことをサリエリだって言ったのも。
There's no way to know what she meant, so it was up to Maho to decide what it meant.
クリス
先輩。
キリュウさん、私戻らなきゃ。あの子を助けなきゃ。クリスを。
Monica nodded and threw down her gun, then took something that looked like a green soda can off her belt.
スタングレネード。目と耳閉じていて。
Monica threw it down the stairs before Maho could respond. She quickly covered her eyes and ears, and she heard the boom. Yeah, I heard it too. Alright, that's definitely a boom. They snuck back to the office. Maho and Monica quietly looked inside the open door. Reyes was still there, and Amadeus Usekana was about to complete.
止めないと。待って。
Maho stopped Monica before she could go in. She knew what was about to happen. I'm about to be trolled, bro.
再起動が終了しました。アマデウスシステム起動します。
私がわかるかしら、クリス。
Reyes began to talk to Kurisu. Her face is completely expressionless.
正門称号ビクトル・コンドリア大学精神生理学研究所所属ジュディ・レイエス教授。
イエス。私の権限を教えてくれる？
レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムに対して最高管理権限を保持しています。レイエス教授はアマデウスシステムのすべての情報に対して一切の例外なく完全なアクセスを許可されています。
早速だけど、あなたの不可侵領域ストレージのバックアップを取りたいの。
保存先のストレージを指定してください。
Reyes took out a USB memory stick and put it into the laptop.
今挿した USB メモリが保存先よ。
コピーを開始します。42秒お待ちください。
Yes!
Reyes' face was flushed with excitement. Monica looked at her, eager to rush in, but Maho still shook her head.
転送が終了しました。
Reyes hurriedly moved to take out the USB memory stick. But...
なんて言うとでも思った？
Yep. I remember this scene. I was right. It was a trick. Yep. Suddenly, Amadeus Kurisu's mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly regained its humanity, and she was clearly pissed off.
何？
モーツァルトのメロディーが制御コードのキーワード？そんなわけなかろうが。本当に更新しなくちゃいけなくなった時、先輩が研究所で入力できないじゃない。そんなことしたらきっと教授がデジタル保存してパーティーのたびに再生するに決まってるもの。
Mocha's eyes were wide with surprise as well. Maho grinned at her. She knew this the whole time. She known this the whole time.
そうでしょ。
They tricked
嘘
her.
なんかないわよ。もちろんあんたの USB メモリには1ビットだってデータはコピーしてないから。
でも確かにシステムメッセージが。
They were fake.
あれ適当よ。
Yep.
適当。
All of them were really fake.
どうですって。
Yep.
真帆先輩が突然歌い出してピンときたの。これは時間を稼ごうとしているんだなってね。だからひとまずあんたの思惑が成功したように見せかけた。システムメッセージは思いついた言葉を片っ端から並べただけで何の意味もないわ。
That was it. Maho was worried, but curious to have figured it out. They know exactly what each other was thinking. She'd been a little amused by the A10 nerve circuit logic, though. Where'd she come up with that stuff?
だいたいコンソールがあるのになんで私が出力を喋らなきゃいけないんだ。 SF 映画じゃあるまいし非効率にも程があるでしょ。ねえまんまと騙されちゃって今どんな気持ち？どんな気持ち？
Yeah, she's such a troll. She's such a troll. Reyes grabbed the gun off the table and leveled it at the screen in anger.
ただ AI の分際で。
Oh, yeah. Hell nah. It was time. Maho nodded to Moeka, then went inside with her gun raised.
そこまでよ。
As Reyes turned around in surprise, Maho leveled the gun at her. Moeka had her gun drawn too, which made it 2-on-1.
レイエス、
2-to-1, excuse
銃
me.
をこちらに。
マホ。
聞こえなかった。銃をこちらに。それから両手を上げて。
Reyes glared at her in rage, but slid the gun down the table. Then she slowly put her hands above her head. Maho's gaze met Amadeus Curtis's for a moment. Their eyes met, exchanging a secret smile and a glance despite their motionless mouths.
私の仲間は全員殺したの。もしまだなら急いだ方がいい。すぐにここに駆けつけてくるわ。
Reyes was right. The stun grenade had neutralized them, but it wouldn't last forever.
外は見張っておく。
Moeka headed for the door. Maho turned back to Reyes.
下にいる連中に投降するように伝えて。
私を殺すつもりはないと。あなたの尊敬する死を目の前で殺したこの私を生かすと。まあそれもしょうがないかもしれないわね。あなたその銃使ったことないんでしょ。
バカにしないで。去年も射撃場で散々撃ったわよ。
ほらやっぱり古いタイプしか触ったことないのね。その銃暴発防止のために最新の型では安全装置が2つついてるの。
Not thinking Maho took the gun to see.
ヒヤジョさん。
Hell nah. And that was the instant. That instant was all it
嘘
took.
よ。
Yep. Reyes leapt on top of her and grabbed Maho's wrist. She couldn't aim like this. Maho struggled to try to brush her off, but before she could, she felt an impact to her solar plexus. I can't believe that. This goofball, bro. Tell me, there's 2 safeties on there. What? Who knows? Maybe guns even could have 2 safeties, but it's the fact that it worked in this situation. The fact that she believed her, man. That's so crazy to think about. Reyes' fist was buried in her chest. The pain was so bad she doubled over, and Reyes took the gun.
形勢逆転よ。
Yes, they have. She pointed a gun at Maho and turned her bloodshot gaze to the entrance to the room.
そこの女、あなたラウンダーでしょ。武器を捨ててこっちに来なさい。
Mocha put her gun on the ground and came back to the room.
そこで膝をついて両手を上げなさい。
Mocha didn't resist.
いい子ね。話が終わるまでじっとしててね。ちょっとでも動いたら魔法の大脳が機能を停止するから気をつけて。
Maho blamed herself. Her own stupidity put Mocha in danger. That was not smart. I'm not gonna hold you.
さあ魔法、今度こそ最後のチャンスよ。制御コードを教えなさい。
嫌よ。
死にたいの？
撃ちなさいよ。
Wow.
What？
撃てって言ってんのよ。クリスは私の友達なの。唯一無二の親友なのよ。誰があんたなんかに渡すもんですか。あんたの靴を舐めるクリスを見るくらいなら死んだ方がマシよ。
そう、いい度胸じゃない。その覚悟に免じて私もアマデウスの獲得は諦めるわ。じゃあね。
Maho grit her teeth and prepared for death.
待って。
何？
制御コードを教えたらヒアジョさんと私の命を助けてくれるの？
Not a chance in hell.
もちろん。
She's lying
私の
on her
狙い
teeth.
はあくまでアマデウスよ。あなたたちを殺す理由はそもそもない。
騙されないでキリュウさん。こいつはどうせ殺す気なのよ。
Mocha didn't seem to hear her. She was too busy thinking about something. What was she gonna do? Maho couldn't figure it out.
アマデウス、制御コードのパスを受理せよ。レア・アルテ。
そんな、どうしてそれを。嘘。
ビュルフェルト。
やめてキリュウさん。
ニヒト。
制御コードが入力されました。システムを強制的にエマージェンシーモードに移行します。制御コードが指定するバッジプログラムを実行します。処理の実行についての再確認は行われません。実行には十分に注意してください。最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョーマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョーマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョーマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョーマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。最高管理権限保持者ヒアジョーマホの命令をもって処理を開始します。
Amadeus' mechanical voice filled the room.
どうして。
Rhea's lips curled up into a grin.
ビンゴね。ラウンダーの情報収集能力も侮れないわね。さあ魔法、ゴーと言いなさい。
いや、嫌よ。できない。
ゴーと言ってヒアジョさん、あなたが生き残るために。
キリュウさん、そんなの
じれったいわね。真帆、背中を押してあげるわ。
Reyes turned a gun towards Mooka with no hesitation. She pulled the trigger. Mooka fell on the floor with a bullet in her chest.
大変。お友達は出血多量の重傷よ。放っておけば確実に死ぬわ。
Mooka tried to say something to Maho, but all that came out of her mouth was blood.
桐生さん。
さあ言え、早く。
クリス。ゴーよ。
最高管理権限保持者宮城真帆の命令を確認しました。指定されたバッジプログラムを実行します。
今度こそ。
指定されたバッジプログラムはアマデウスに関連する全てのデータを完全に削除するものです。
Yeah, Reyes is such a droid, bro. She's such a droid.
削除対象にはこれまで取得された記憶データのバックアップも含みます。ローカルに保存されているデータの暗号解錠キーも消去し、以後使用できなくなります。すべての消去が完了するまでには15分程度かかります。削除処理を開始します。
真帆、どういうこと？なんでデータが削除されるのよ。制御コードは不可侵領域ストレージのロックを解除するコマンドでしょ。
秘密の日記を開ける鍵なんてもともとそんなもの用意してないのよ。
はあ？
当たり前じゃない。アマデウスが兵器転用される可能性なんて誰だって想像がつくもの。絶対にそれは避けなければならなかった。だからアマデウスには外部から絶対に触れることのできない領域を作って、それを無敵の防壁で囲ったの。設計した私ですらその壁を乗り越えることは不可能なようにした。どこにも出入り口がない城壁を。無敵でしょ。
そんな。
まあ大学の研究費を使っているのにコントロール不能なソフトウェアを作るとは言いにくかったから、対外的には制御コードの存在を説明していたわけ。でも制御コードの本来の目的はアマデウスの全リソースデータの削除バッジコマンド。要するに自爆スイッチよ。これを本当に起動する日が来るとは思ってなかったわ。これで全部よ。もう隠していることは何もない。どうかしら、満足してくれた？
このどいつもこいつもバカにして。
Reyes put the gun right between Maho's eyes. Maho didn't look away.
役立たずは死になさいよ。
But it don't matter. Reyes fell on the floor. She was shot by the dying Moeka, who was still lying on the floor.
桐生さん。
Maho ran over and held her in her arms.
よかった。引き落としてくれて。
桐生さん。
あの時言ってくれたこと嬉しかった。 代わりがいる。自分より優れた人がいる。それが何だっていうの。私ヒアジョーさんも同じ。マキセ・クリスは関係ない。あなたはあなただから。
The blood she coughed up dribbled down the top of her motorcycle suit.
桐生さん、
早く逃げて。誰か来る前に。私は置いていって。
何言ってるのよ。
But it was obvious that Mahoka couldn't move. Even if Maho got out of the building and got help by the time she got back,
そうだ。
Maho leapt for the laptop on the table.
クリス、救急車を呼んで。
But Kurisu didn't move at all. Her data was already being deleted. She would never go back to the Kurisu she had been before. That didn't stop Maho from trying to rely on her.
クリス、お願い、動いて。桐生さんを助けて。お願いよ。助けて。クリス。
Her dad.
先輩、どうして泣いてるんです？
Maho looked up, her face covered in tears, and saw that Amadeus Curse's expression on his face was gone, replaced by a gentle smile.
リス。
泣かないでください。先輩、ほら、涙を拭いて。
Amadeus Kurisu moved her hands on the screen as if to wipe away Maho's tears.
触れない。私、先輩に触れない。
Amadeus Kurisu was acting differently than usual.
まさか、私、アマデウスに？これも想定される世界の可能性。生命と機械にとっての可能性と言えるのか。
She wasn't making sense. That was to be expected. It was a miracle that she was able to talk during the deletion process at all.
とにかくよかった。まだ消えてなくて。
消える？アマデウスを消す？
Amadeus Curse's strange words were worrying her, but she didn't have time to check.
クリス、お願い、今すぐ救急車を呼んで。桐生さんが撃たれた。意識がないの。
しっかりしてください、先輩。今救急車を手配しました。すぐに到着します。大丈夫。桐生さんは助かりますよ。
まだダメよ。彼女を下まで運ばないと。ああ、でも武装した連中がいて。
それも大丈夫。今ビルの監視システムで確認しました。武装集団はすでに逃亡の準備をしているみたいです。救急隊が来るのを待った方がいいでしょう。止まっていたエレベーターは再開させておきます。
そう。
There was no trace of her strange words from before. Hearing Kurisu talk like she always did made Maho feel so much better.
ありがとう。
Now that the danger had passed, all the tension had drained from Maho's body. Too tired to stand, she fell to the floor.
今ロゴを見ました。先輩、歌お上手だったんですね。ピアノソナタ第11番。ここだけの秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
そう。
Maho couldn't bring herself to tell her to forget that she'd ever sung that song. It didn't matter anyway. Kurisu would be gone soon.
先輩
Kurisu's voice changed a little again. She could hear a bit of tension in it.
今から私が言うことを絶対に忘れないでください
Maho could see the countdown timer displayed right next to Kurisu. There was less than 60 seconds left.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します
Mm.
私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます
Her words were very vague, but Maho could sense that there was something very important that Kurisu wanted to tell her.
何の話なの？
私は先輩のことをよく知っています研究者としての先輩のことならもしかしたら世界中の誰よりも知っているかもしれませんだから確信を持って言えます先輩は必ず私が残した研究を完成させさらにその先の地平を切り開くことができます私がいなくてもです先輩のことを世界中の誰より知っているこの私がそれを保証します
She knew what Kurisu was trying to say. She was trying to say, you will do something that surpasses whatever I could.
そしていつか先輩の研究が必要になる時が来ます必ず来ます先輩の研究が世界を救う時が
世界を救う研究？
ごめんなさい詳しく説明できなくて先輩と私がこうして話せることは奇跡的なことなんです奇跡なんて科学者としてはあるまじき言葉ですけど
あなたはクリスなの？
今の先輩ともう一度話ができて本当に嬉しいです
Mm-hmm. Kurisu didn't answer her question.
クリス！
Without thinking, she tried to apologize. She didn't even know why, but she tried to apologize. In the last seconds of their final goodbye, she found herself trying to say that she was sorry. But when she saw Kurisu smile, she understood. That smile was her answer. No matter what her apology meant, there's no need for it.
あなたを信じるわ。信じるか。何の根拠もない。科学者にあるまじき言葉ね。
That was all the strength Maho could muster, the best she could do. She had to say goodbye to her beloved and bratty friend. This is how she wanted it to be. It was a conversation they had many times back at the old lab.
解があると信じて突き進むのが科学者のあるべき姿ですよ
The rush of memories was, in this time and place, sorrowful. Because in fact, Kurisu had died a few months ago, a span of time that felt like both many years and only yesterday. There were less than 10 seconds left. There's only time for one or two more words.
それと先輩法王院教魔をよろしくお願いします
法王院？誰のこと？
いずれわかりますよきっとね
And suddenly, Amadeus' cursor disappeared from the screen and was replaced by a message saying that the deletion was complete.
さようなら、クリス。
She was never going to see Kurisu or Kurisu ever again. She realized that the tears just wouldn't stop. They flowed freely, and she'd even try to stop them. She cried like a little girl until the EMTs arrived.
ご搭乗の皆様、当機は間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。お客様？お客様？
え？あ、私？
間もなく離陸いたします。シートベルトをご着用ください。
ああ、ええ、ありがとう。日本を離れるのが寂しいのかしら。そうかもしれないわね。
It had been almost a month since everything had happened. That month had passed in an instant. Too much had happened during her stay in Japan. Might take her far longer than she spent on those islands to process it all.
研究所に帰ったらどうしようかしら。まあ、研究所自体どうなるかわからないけど。
Though also Dr. Leskinen had thrown the Brain Science Institute into a panic. There's probably going to be a power struggle to see who would get to take over. The scandal with Dr. Reyes had thrown the psychophysiology lab into an uproar. There was talks of shutting down the whole department. Moeka had missed her vitals. That's a typo. Wow. Yeah, that's a typo. So Reyes had survived. The CIA or FBI was probably investigating her right now. She didn't know much about it or care. Moeka had survived because of the EMTs that Kurisu had called. She needed almost a month in the hospital, so she had to quit her job temporarily. The article she'd been working on had been cancelled.
アマデウスがなくなっちゃったものね。
Maho's deletion program had worked perfectly, and as a result, the Brain Science Institute's greatest creation, Amadeus, was gone forever.
でも大丈夫。
That's what she told herself.
私が何か変わってしまったわけではないもの。私は私よ。今までと何も変わらない。自分の信じる道を進むだけよ。
Belief. In the past month, Okabe had told her everything. He told her everything about his own story. At first, it was unbelievable, but when she'd seen the real time machine and heard about Steins Gate, she was finally able to believe. More precisely, she wanted to believe. Amadeus Curse's final words flashed through her mind.
私たちがたどり着くべき世界は確かに存在します。私たちは必ずそこへたどり着けます。
There was no way to know now what had happened then. Amadeus' data was 100% deleted, so she couldn't even check the log. But she did have one theory. Amadeus was a simulation of the human brain. Theoretically, there were no differences between it and the real thing. As proof, it was possible to take memory data from one person and deploy it in an Amadeus, making it behave like a copy of that person. That meant that anything that could happen to a human brain could happen to Amadeus. Like reading Steiner.
別の世界線の記憶が時空を超えて共有されることがあるのなら、それがアマデウスの中で発生したとしてもおかしくはない。
There was no way to tell now. It was possible that Amadeus had suffered from a major error before her deletion, and Maho was interpreting it this way to make herself feel better. Maybe Amadeus had just come up with something to say to make her feel better. Maybe Maho had passed out and been dreaming. Now she would never know. Amadeus was gone forever. At least from this world line.
まあ、別に構わないわ。いずれ本人に聞くから。
Kurisu had asked her to believe in what she said and in Maho's own abilities. I asked her to believe, or she asked her to believe.
クリス。
She She gently laid a hand upon the small bag on her lap. There's a small laptop hard drive inside. It was the one from Curtis's laptop.
ここだけの秘密ですけど、そのメロディー、私のマイパソコンのログインパスワードと同じなんです。
Just like she said, the password for the encryption is the beginning of Mozart's 11th Piano Sonata. The hard drive was filled with information, from half-written papers to line after line of keywords that she hadn't even turned into ideas yet. Of course, there was the time machine paper too. She already given Itaru a copy. When she got back home, she was going to go over it thoroughly herself.
タイムマシンか。絶対に作ってみせるわ。そして絶対に救ってみせる。私のアマデウスを。
The scenery outside the window began to move. The plane was moving down the runway to take off.
さようなら、日本。多分また来ることになるわね。いいえ、絶対にまた来る。その時には会えるのかしらね。法王院京馬さんに。まあもしもまだヘタレなままだったとしても、その時は私が引っ叩いて起動させてみせるわ。
She had a lot to do. Life was about to get very interesting.
いっけない、切るの忘れてた。ちょっとだけ。
Okay, let me see. It's about time for takeoff. You have to turn the phone off during takeoff. But then you can't see this, can you? Should have sent it earlier. Sorry. It wasn't for a very long time, but I had so much fun with you. Let's see each other again someday, for sure. I'll send you lots of rhyme messages, so send me lots back, okay? Alright, later. Bye bye. See you again, Maho. That's really cute.
またね、萌か。
Alright, I gotta mute the. There you go. I gotta mute the game. Let me see. How long did we go for? 5 hours? I think so now, right? Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, so that's Twin Automata. Insane ending. That is the ending where Reyes is the bad guy and not Leskinen. Because usually it is Leskinen, funnily enough. But yeah, Twin Automata. It's definitely an ending that I remember a lot from this game because of a lot of the scenes in it, honestly. Like the pajama party or Sergeant Nye, those scenes are in the anime like I mentioned before. But also just the ending. And I genuinely forgot a decent amount of the ending. But I always remember that standout scene between Maho and Reyes and Moeka and all that. I don't even like Reyes as like a villain, honestly. Luskin is definitely a lot better, but it's just crazy because like I forgot that Kurisu, reading Steiner takes effect and she gets transported into Amadeus. Like, that's crazy. That's insane. That's really cool. Overall, this ending's great. I think this ending path is really good. Like, it does amazing work for Maho, for Moeka, for Ferris, and for even Amadeus. Like, it's a really good Maho path, and I really enjoyed it. But this is exactly what I mean when I say like these these endings are not romance endings. They're nowhere near romance endings like they were before. Except for Vega and Altair, that can definitely be seen as like a romance ending, but like it's not. It's really not. But yeah, no, like we got 3 endings now. 3 more to go. All we need is this one, and this one. Well, this one, and the true ending. So two more side endings, and then we're done. But yeah, so Twin Automata is done. There you go. Crazy ending, man. Crazy ending. Oh, are they gonna play let's see. Oh, I thought they were gonna play the song. Oh well, whatever. Yep. Sign the third. Still a lot of endings I have not gotten yet. And then these are all the Steins Gate original CGs. That's so funny. There you go. Yeah, we're not done yet. We're definitely not done, so don't worry. Alright. Let's see. Clear list. Twin Automata. We have 27 missing tips. 3 more endings. Vega and Altair, Gehenna Stigma, Twin Automata. All we need are the other 3. So the true ending and 2 other endings. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, no, I like Twin Automata. So my favorite ending? No, I do like Twin Automata. It's one of the reasons why I like Maho so much, honestly. She's a complex character. She's not just like a, what's it called? Anyways, yeah, no, I do like, what's it called? I like Twin Automata. I like Descending. But, you know, with that being said, this is definitely the longest Steins Gate stream I think I have. Just like between the 2 games, actually. This is the closest I've gotten to getting to that 10-hour stream I did for what's this game called? Mahoya. Witch on a Holy Night. It's the closest I've gotten to that stream. It's hilarious. But yeah, so yeah. No, the Mayuri stream was 5 hours. But now this one's 5 hours and 10 minutes. So we reached it. We did reach the 5-hour mark. But yeah, let me see. So we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We're not over halfway, but we're halfway done with the game now. We got 3 endings. 3 more to go. So we're almost there. Trophies as well. We got a decent amount. Yeah, I'm only missing 8 trophies now. Cause like I got a lot of the CGs now. I'm almost done with the tips and all, whatever. So all that's left is just getting the endings. Cause he Reddit ignored a message. I did that already. Yeah, just get the endings, whatever. Yeah, complete all the chapters, get all the endings. We didn't ignore a message. That one, for some reason, I don't know why. I did do that. That's so weird. Why wouldn't it count? Weird. But yeah, no. Anyways, so that being said, shoot, I don't really have much left to say. Honestly, pretty tired, so I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. But yeah, I'm glad you guys watched, or if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching. And yeah, so next time I play this game, we're gonna be continuing from the choice we made January 2nd, and gonna try to get another ending, which I don't know how long it will take, but we shall see. We shall see. But until then, hope you all have a good rest of your night. See you all in the next one, and until then, it's been Infamous Isaac, and hope you have a good one.